Well, good afternoon, and welcome to the Audit, Governance and Accounts Committee meeting. First of all, fire evacuation. There's no fire alarm scheduled for this afternoon. Therefore, if the alarm sounds, please evacuate the building immediately. Fire exit is located at the rear of this room, and you go down the back steps and meet in the War Memorial Park. And don't drive away, please. And don't run either. Should have that on it. This meeting is being webcast, so is it?
Yes.
It's working?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you. Resignations and replacements. Oh yes, sorry. Apologies. I have apologies from Councillor Mrs. Cherrett, Councillor Gurdon and Councillor Harvey. I've no then the resignations and replacements, I have none. No? Declarations of interest. Yes, Councillor.
I am a member of the Hampshire County Council Pension Fund Panel, which is referred to in one of the papers. My son works for PricewaterhouseCoopers in Frankfurt. They're the auditors, also mentioned in one of the papers. And although not mentioned, but by implication and previous advice from officers that KPMG are going to be advising on Treasury, I should disclose that my daughter-in-law works for KPMG in Frankfurt.
Thank you, Councillor Leake. Any other?
I haven't got as many accountants in one family as I have.
I wasn't going to comment on that. Right. So that's declarations of conflict of interest. Urgent items, I have none. To confirm the minutes of the last meeting, they are the new style of minute, and I don't intend to have a discussion about the merits of or demerits of them, but I'd just like you to agree that the content is accurate in what was said, but not the methodology of it. Do I have agreement for that for the minutes? Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. One of the, if you remember, I had to lead the meeting at 5 o'clock, and one of the significant items which I mentioned in the meeting and assumed would be picked up in the minutes was the issue about the fact that the availability or non-availability of money down was known to officers and confirmed in the report that we had at page 241 as at March 2009, whereas the dispute which triggered all of the actions was only identified in November 2011. So I did hope that that particular significant item would have been mentioned in the minutes, and I request that they do so in the next minutes. Thank you, Chair.
It was agreed under the new system of minutes that no individual comments would be recorded, and only reflect the general views of the committee. Councillor Keating.
I did preface my comments by indicating that I wasn't here at the end of the meeting to contribute to the overall discussion which would determine what was in the minutes. But this was a significant item in its own right anyway. Thank you.
Well, I think they will remain as they are. Councillor Kew.
Apologies for being late. I still can't drive. Just to say that I'm not prepared to accept these minutes if we're talking about the minutes. And I'd like to make a formal objection to the minutes if it's the time to make him.
Yes, it is.
I'd like it formally recorded that Councillor Cubitt refuses to accept the minutes and refuses to accept that they're an accurate reflection of the meeting that I attended.
Do I have any other comments on the
Could I
minutes?
just ask, in the light of Councillor Mrs. Cubitt's comment, since she wasn't here at the end, could we record that part when the conclusion that we take record that those who were here believe it accurately reflects what was decided?
Yes.
Because I believe Mrs. Cubitt had gone before the final summing up.
Councillor Cubitt?
I'm more than happy for it to be recorded that Councillor Cubitt left the committee during this agenda item. I'm more than happy for that to be the case. But I mean, the point is that I couldn't have been more explicit and specific about what I considered vis-a-vis the independence governance audit and vis-a-vis the report that Laura Taylor produced. And it is clear to me as well that other members attending the meeting also had concerns, and they are, without any shadow of doubt, not reflected in these minutes. If you read these minutes and you didn't spend the interminable 4 hours that I had to sit through, really one of the most shocking meetings I've sat through, where the chairman seemed to fail to understand any of the questions that I asked, then you would have no idea what the concerns were that were raised, not only by myself but by other members. And therefore, as I said, I want it formally recorded. I do not accept the contents.
Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just make clear that as a member of the Audit and Governance Committee, I do not accept that other members can, by a majority, eliminate my contribution to or opinions expressed as Audit and Governance member. That is not acceptable. And I'm not prepared to be outvoted in terms of issues on audit and governance by Tory members. Secondly, Chair, can I just ensure that you understand? As a member of the Audit and Governance, my view is equally as valid as 44 other views, but they're not on the committee. As a member of the committee, I will not be browbeaten or outvoted. Because if I have concerns about issues under Audit and Governance, they need to be taken seriously and recorded. Thank you. And I hope that's recorded, Chair.
They are recorded on the webcam, and it was agreed that the minutes would only reflect the general consensus of the meeting, not individuals. And that's for a 3-month trial, and you'll have a chance after 3 months, I understand, to decide what you want to do with them. You can change the minutes, vote against them then, and that was what was decided. And the same goes for you, Councillor Cubitt. Can we have a vote on these minutes? Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chairman. Just for information, in case anybody ever watches the webcast on these things, quite a high proportion of the things I said at the meeting are not recorded in the minutes, and they shouldn't be recorded in the minutes. I do accept that the minutes are a proper reflection of the summing up given at the end of the meeting, which is what I think is meant to be in the minutes. And I suggest that if members are still not happy with the way minutes are undertaken, that's a matter to take up separately from this and not as part of the debate about the minutes of that meeting. I move that we accept the minutes.
Those in favour?
Can we please have a recorded vote, and is my formal refusal of acceptance going to be acknowledged?
Those against? Thank you. The minutes are passed.
Can those who voted against be recorded? I think this council needs to be very, very careful about how it goes forward, and particularly the Conservative administration. When you look at the narrative of what's gone on in the CQC, in the national debates that are going on with Plebgate, etc., and the failure of public sectors to acknowledge when certain members say that things have gone awry, and to try and brush them under the carpet, and to laugh, as my fellow councillor Mitchell is laughing at the moment. He obviously thinks it's extremely amusing what I'm saying. I just say I think we in audit and governance have a duty and a care and an obligation to the public, and a scrutiny function, which we're going to discuss later on when we discuss local corporate governance. And I really think it's wholly inappropriate for Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Leake, A, to laugh, B, to have walked out when I was making my points last time, and C, really, they have such contempt for anyone else's views other than their own. I find it offensive.
Your points are taken in.
I was named, Mr. Chairman. I do reserve the right to laugh when I find something amusing.
Councillor Cubitt, we're going to move on now, but all your comments are on the webcam anyway, so they are recorded. Right, continuing on, member and public participation. We have none as far as I'm aware. Referrals from other committees or the council, I have none. And issues referred by the cabinet, I have none. That brings us to item 11, which is the use of regulation of Investigatory Powers Act 2000. And we are requested to note that since the last meeting of the Audit, Governance and Accounts Committee, there have been no requests or authorizations granted for the following: directed surveillance, covert human intelligence source, urgent oral approvals. Thank you. Now I'm going to take items 12, 13 and 14 in reverse order, starting with 14, 13 and then to 12. So item 14, which is the internal audit progress report for December. Paper D, page 85. And Officer Paul Gundry will...
Sorry, Chair. My senior auditor, Richard Bailey, and Richard Bevan will be introducing this paper, and I have the two auditors, Emma Parish and Becca Willis, in attendance for any further questions if there's anything from committee on any of the audits that have been carried out.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Chair. This is the report for the work undertaken by the internal audit team. Can you speak into the... I'll sit back a bit. Can you? Is that okay? Sorry. Okay, this is a report for the of the work undertaken by the internal audit team for the period December 12 to May 13. For paragraph 4.1 of the report, which shows the audits that have been completed in this period, and there's a summary report for each of those audits, and they're shown in appendices 1 to 15. I'd point you towards appendix 16 primarily, which is report that shows in risk category and due date order the fundamental and significant recommendations that are currently outstanding yet complete. And you'll see from that there are currently 61 outstanding recommendations, 14 of which are fundamental, 47 significant. Now, of those 14 fundamentals, only 3 are actually more than 6 months overdue, and these are ones that will be well known to the audit committee. So there is a significant drop from my previous report. The table in appendix 16, where possible, we've provided an explanation for any work that has been, an explanation of any work that's been completed, and any reasons as to why there may be still some work outstanding. And this was up to date as much as we could, primarily up to the end of May. So, and as Paul said, I've asked both Emma and Rebecca along from my team, as they're responsible for a fair chunk of the good work that you've seen here. So that's it in summary. Happy to take any questions.
Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. You've thrown me by going at the wrong way round, so you have to bear with me if you don't mind. Many of the recommendations that have not been implemented have got due dates up to the end of June, which is the end of this week. Can I assume, for the purposes of discussion, that where it says done by the end of June, that it will have been done by the end of this week? Can I ask, simple assume the answer to that question is yes?
To assume that it will be completed by the end of June, the answer no. We can't assume that it will be done by the end of June. We obviously, as part of our regular follow-up process for recommendations, we will chase to make sure, or to get an update from the relevant manager as to progress, and any that haven't yet been completed, then obviously we will report them back to you. So the answer is, as before, we agree a date at the time of the audit, and circumstances arise. Sometimes they can't be completed, but as you know, we do chase.
Councillor Keating.
Thank you for that, Chair. On the basis of starting at page 75, I believe, no, sorry, 85. I've got a number of points, and I'll go through the pages sequentially, if I may.
Do you want, would the members like to go through the appendix one by one?
Well, it's not necessary for my purposes, but it may be necessary for your purposes.
Well, I'm asking the other members how they would like to do it. Yes. Councillor Leake.
I'm perfectly happy to go through it page by page, because I have to say, if I may just, I mean, I do not remember such a long list of fundamental and significant issues outstanding as there are in here. And the fact that when we do get to the list where we show their current status, there are a significant number which appear to be significantly overdue. So I think going through it page by page would be helpful, and I agree with Councillor Keating. And if I have to sit here till midnight on all these papers, so be it.
Okay, let's do it that way then. Where do we start? Page 89, Appendix 1. Summary report. Any comments, please?
We need, I wasn't, like Councillor Keating, I wasn't expecting to move straight to this paper. It would have been extremely helpful if we'd been told that beforehand. But I need now to be able to look at the summary of the outstanding issues at the same time in order to avoid asking questions which have already been resolved. So I'm just sorting my papers out, if you don't mind.
That's all right. Councillor Parker.
Just an attempt to keep things rolling along, Chair. On page 91, I would like to ask of the officer an indication of the comment is on 3 of 7, page 91 of 282, 1, 2, 3, fourth spot down, sampling revealed that. And it talks about Local Democracy, Economic Development and Construction Act 2009, the current list of politically restrictive and sensitive posts is out of date and should be updated. Out of interest, I'd like just to have an indication of what would be the sort of officer role that appears on the old list.
From memory, I recall, I believe actually Kevin's post was one of it. It's the senior executive roles, and I believe some of the internal audit roles as well were amongst them, and some committee services stuff as well. I must admit I can't remember from detail the full list.
I don't go by the report, Chair, but on page 95, para 14.4.6, that particular act, the Local Democracy, Economic Development and Construction Act 2009, it suggests that those officers who regularly communicate with journalists or provide advice to council committee, there could be some posts in there. So that's the area that's being reviewed, I think.
Councillor Leake.
Sorry, I'm on the human resources one, but particularly I'm looking actually at the action required. And 8.5 on page 93 of 282, which says that electronic and paper travelling claim forms for councillors should be amended to include a declaration that a valid driving licence and insurance is held by the claiming member. Action agreed and will be implemented. Timescale February 2013. I haven't seen one of those, but I thought we'd also agreed that that wouldn't be necessary.
Think, Chairman, I think that the action agreed bit is saying that it's the element that's agreed is the rejection of claims over 2 months old, but the issue of that was 8.5 is the claims for members. Is it? Sorry, yeah, electronic paper. As I understand it, we've amended those forms to contain the declaration, so that has been actioned. That was my understanding. I'm having nods from the audit colleagues, so I think they've checked that as well. So the recommendation has been followed through, and it's done by self-declaration in the claim.
I thought we disputed the need to do so. I certainly won't be making a declaration. I don't breach the law. I am insured. My car is fully taxed. I don't see why I have to sign a declaration to that effect. So I won't be, and I certainly have submitted claims, and I have not seen the new form. I was sent copies by the head of HR some time ago, and I don't remember recalling any such declaration on the forms I've signed. But anyway, I make that point. And more. Yep.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Chair. It is also my recollection that on the basis that we are reasonable citizens, that we do insure our car because there's a law that says we must, that we do tax our car because there's a law that says we must. We agreed as members of this committee that was an unnecessary additional burden which was totally surplus to requirements. Thank you.
Noted. Councillor Parker. Sorry.
As a councillor who walks to council, I'm not. I don't have an interest. Other than I'd like to ask, officers might, for purposes of understanding, indicate why this information was being requested. What was behind the request for this information? If there's a valid reason, that's an audit trail, but I can't see what would be any valid reason for other than sort of just the sake of doing paperwork. but I'd like to know what's the reason given for it.
If I could answer, I mean, there are insurance reasons why I think in the council's interest we should seek to gain confirmation of appropriate insurance and well, our requirements from our insurers, Zurich, will require us to take every step possible to make sure that all our officers are properly insured.
Well,
Sorry,
actually,
officers or members. Oh, and I've just been referred. There is corporate manslaughter issue with regards to insurance. Should you have an accident whilst you are on business, it's the same for officers as well. The council could be liable.
Chairman, could I ask whether we're covered if we choke on one of the disgusting sandwiches and die, and whether we could see the insurance cover? That
you
would
may
be
certainly ask, but as far as I know, as a matter of experience, our business, we have different drivers driving our vans and things, and we have to have photographs of their licenses, all the details, everything, for their insurance company as well as our insurance company. And so I'm sure the officer's correct. Councillor Parker.
Well, hearing the officer's response, it might be moving in the direction of ensuring that members have their own private insurance, noted that they may be using their private vehicle for council business. And I think that's possibly the angle that the officer's looking at, and it's possibly worth exploring further to make sure that's the case. My own insurance is actually noted.
We still, Councillor Mitchell, on the same subject of cars.
I do have a bit of a concern about this. I don't want to nitpick about whether it's bureaucratic or not, but when am I deemed to be driving in pursuit of the council business, and how does that affect my own insurance? Because I'm insured for third party and comprehensive and so forth, but social and domestic, and all I think I'm doing is commuting. And if I go to a parish council meeting in my car, I'm not on council business while I'm in my car. I'm a bit concerned that this assumption that I'm driving on behalf of the council in some way could mean that I should be changing my insurance, which would cost me a lot of money. I don't think I am driving on behalf of the council. I can't remember ever driving on behalf of the council.
Kevin.
Well, as I say, I think that was the reason for the recommendation initially, was that it's around that corporate manslaughter issue, and that the council's taken reasonable steps to ensure that it's aware that the relevant people are insured. And there was a discussion, quite rightly, Councillor Keating, and I would say it wasn't an ignored discussion. What initially we were after photographic and paper evidence from members, to as was the case initially with officers. And my understanding is what we agreed was that we'd move to the same basis as we do with officers, which is in effect a self-declaration. So all this is asking is for you to declare as part of that self-declaration when you're making your claim for mileage for undertaking council business. So I hadn't appreciated that it was particularly onerous. If there's some specific details which Councillor Mitchell's raised about insurance and work and non-work, then I think we need to answer those outside of this meeting and send something round in a bit more detail.
Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've had this discussion with my insurer. If you are claiming on council business, which means any claim that you are making for mileage, then you are required to have business cover as a councillor. Otherwise, your insurance is invalid.
Right, on that firm note, can we move on? I think back to Councillor Mitchell, you had your hand up earlier on. Back to, yeah, page 93.
If I may, Chair, if we don't normally have business mileage or business insurance cover, because we're retired or what's that, can we now claim for the extra cost offered to council for business cover?
I wouldn't have thought so for one. No, no, I wouldn't have thought so. It shouldn't cost you any more.
We've just got the normal councillor's allowance. It's scheme moving separately.
There isn't. I think what we ought to do is have this clarified.
I mean, if I'm commuting to my place of work, I do not have to have business insurance to commute to my place of work. If I drive here, I'm commuting to a place of work. I'm not undertaking council business. And I'm not aware that I ever undertake council business in my car.
I think we want to stop this because actually we're going to get nowhere. What I think we ought to do is to get a definitive note sent round for everybody from the insurance company so that we all know where we stand, because we can talk about this till the cows come home. And I want to move on. Councillor.
Yeah, I think without any shadow of doubt, I think you're going to need legal advice on this. And from my background experience in law, which is not extensive, it does sound like there is a grey area, because as soon as a councillor claims mileage, commute is not what's happening. It's the undertaking of business. And that's why actually you do need to get some legal advice out to the councillors, because it does sound like we are falling into a grey area. Because if a councillor has a car accident and has claimed mileage, if under the law that I learnt at university, then they are in work if they kill someone en route. So it does sound like there is a problem there.
Thank you for that. I think we'll do that. Yeah, good. Right, Councillor Mitchell, I think you were next to speak on,
Thank you.
on the original paper.
This is just to check that I understand where we are now. Going back to the work of the audit team, if I see in page 179 that there is one item under HR and payroll only. That is indeed, that means that everything else here is completed. Everything else in this audit report is completed. Yes, thank you.
Appendix 2, which is page 96 of 282, housing benefit debtors. Do I have any comments?
So again, can we just ask, Chairman, these were due to be dealt with by the 31st of May. Have they been dealt with by then?
Yes, if they appear on the summary of Appendix 16, then they're obviously still outstanding, but these particular ones have been completed. Yes.
Councillor Keating? Well, let's go to Appendix 3. I can't wait. Appendix 3, page 99. Yep.
Appendix 3, Chair, on page 100, at the bottom of the page, it talks about the agreement with Hart District Council, and the final sentence on the page said, the problem we seem to have is been exasperated, exasperated, I love that, not exacerbated, right? Does not seem to be an officer in Basingstoke-Deane who has ownership of this agreement. Could perhaps we have an explanation of what's going on here, apart from the exasperation?
I've just been, sorry, the waste management contract, I'm being told.
I'm not querying the contract, I'm querying, have we resolved the issue as identified, i.e. we don't have an officer in Basingstoke-Deane, the other side of the bargain, which takes ownership of that particular issue?
So yeah, I'm not sure. I have to come back to you.
Chair, I can ask for clarification and information in relation to the solution. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Get that. Any more questions on Appendix 3? Move on to Appendix 4 then, which is page 103. Worting Road Cemetery.
Chairman, can I just ask, I mean, I seem to recall last time one of the problems was the collection of money or the presentation of checks, or the collection of the money and paying it in. Has that been resolved? I mean, I don't think it refers to it anywhere here. Because I believe this is the second report. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Yeah, there was an issue with the regularity in which the officer banked the money, but that's now done on a weekly basis, and we have verified that.
Councillor Mitchell?
In the incomplete things against Worthing Road, there's just one item that I can find due to be completed the 30th of April. Test recovery of the backed up epilogue files. Obviously, IT are far too busy to do such trivial things, but it's got a blank against it. Is that because they're refusing to talk to us, or nobody knows?
Sorry, yes, there was no initial response by the time we got to the report. We have liaised with the IT manager on that, and they are actually waiting on some backup or some upgrade information for the epilogue system before they're able to undertake backup. There's no point testing the backup and then for it to be upgraded. Yes.
Councillor Leake?
I mean, it says that the audit opinion is only able to offer reasonable assurance or moderate assurance in the light of, which is not very good, obviously, but in the light of the responses and on the assumption that the recommendations have been implemented, would we now have a different opinion?
I wouldn't say so. I'd probably highlight the fact that last year when we did this particular audit, we did have limited assurance. There were some significant issues which we found last time around. The officers have made significant improvements, which I think is a fair reflection of the work that they've done. But say we are still obviously following up the issues that are outstanding.
I have a supplementary. I mean, following up, but all of these say the timescale, with the exception of one, which is 8/10, say they will have been done by April 2013. There's just one outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, we follow them up with the work that we've done with the cemetery manager to get the recommendations done round about the deadlines agreed. And as a matter of course, we will carry on sort of assessing the work that they do to make sure they carry on with the standards that they've now set for themselves.
Any more on Appendix 4? Right, Appendix 5, move on. Procurement, which is on page 109 of 282. Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. I'm using this particular report as an example. If you look at page 111, it says management response. Now, other reports within the same batch of reports, the specific manager is identified. And I believe we ought to improve the reporting, especially the reporting that comes to ARGA, by asking whoever produces the management response. I'm not, I don't, I have no wish to intrude into who does it. But whoever produces the management response should, at the end of that response, sign and date it with their name and perhaps job title. Now, signing it would actually tell us which of the managers produced the management response or who is responsible for it, and dating it would give us a very clear idea of when it was signed and how long, from our point of view, before it gets to us. So my recommendation to this committee is that all of these reports with the management response should be signed and dated by the relevant manager, unspecified from my point of view, but dated when they sign it. And I believe that would be a huge help to us in identifying the gaps between time and production to us. Thank you. And I'm recommending that to the committee.
Councillor Gardner.
I have one concern over that, because Sean, when we have planning applications, signatures are redacted. Now, I'm not sure whether we actually have a situation here where we want those signatures to be in the public domain. Perhaps we can have some advice on that.
Chairman, if I may suggest, I mean, I'm not sure, well, I'll suggest I don't really think that a signature is necessary. I think it could easily a date could be added. I completely agree with that. And I think you're right about this particular report. Normally the management response has the post, and I think that should be in all of them. So it should be the post title and a date. And I would suggest to the committee, if they were comfortable with that, that would be what was done in future.
Is that agreed? Right, good, thank you. More than 5? No? 6? Which is on page 114 of 282. ICT. Do I have any comments? No? Right, onward. Item 7. Councillor Leake.
Back to page 117, 5.8. I didn't quite understand this one. Should the portfolio holder request to look at HCC provision of BC/DR services not result in further action, the ICT service should proceed with the mobile server room plan for council's disaster recovery site. Can somebody explain to me what that actually means? I'm sure it's very simple, but I'm...
Yeah, I can answer that. At the time of the audit, the IT manager, we discussed a proposal for the disaster recovery site. It's almost like a site within a site. It's a self-contained disaster site for all the servers and everything. And so the recommendation on the draft report was that they should go ahead with that. There was, after the draft report, there was some discussion, I understand, with the portfolio holder to discuss alternate provisions with Hampshire County Council for the provision of disaster recovery. So the implementation of the original plan for the site within a contained site within another unit was pending the outcome from the Hampshire County Council discussions. So if the county process, the county decision didn't have an impact, then the IT manager was going to go ahead with his original plan.
I'm not sure that I am greatly illuminated. It's my fault, because I'm not good at these things, but which way are we heading?
Yeah, as was said, the intention and we currently have a separate site off-site for disaster recovery. This was about upgrading that site. It was the subject of a portfolio holder report. There was some discussion during that process about whether we should continue to upgrade in the planned way, or whether we should look for Hampshire County Council to provide it. Those discussions were held. Hampshire County Council aren't in a position at the moment to provide that service, and therefore the decision has been taken by the portfolio holder, and that piece of work is currently out to contract at the moment to build the room within a room to give us a medium-term disaster recovery solution.
Thank you.
Any more? We'll move on then to Appendix 7, which gets us just almost halfway through. Page 119 of 282, property rents. Questions, please? No? Right, move on. Number 8. Page 122 of 282. Treasury Management. Councillor Gardner.
I would just like to commend the officers in the Treasury Management Department for actually having full assurance, which seems to be a rarity in this council.
Any more? Right, move on to 9, Appendix 9, page 126, Information Management. Do I have any comments, please?
Well, I didn't think it was very good that we only got reasonable assurance on information management.
Unsurprising.
Is it? Do you want to ask the questions then? I'm surprised Mrs. Cubitt isn't asking this, because it's all about binding minutes and things, but it does... No, I'm taking the point. She's raised it and it's still not being done. That's what I'm saying. I'm terribly sorry. You're jumping down my throat. Could we know when we will have more than reasonable assurance?
Well, obviously, we would, again, to repeat myself, we will follow up the recommendations that we've made in this audit. This area will probably be included on next year's audit plan, and then, as like we've done with previous audits, like the cemeteries audit, where we've had limited assurance before, if the staff implement the recommendations, then our testing in future audits will hopefully see an improvement, and hence an improvement in the level of assurance that we give.
Right, but in the light of the comments that have been made by the member, I'm not allowed to mention, as otherwise I get slapped. I mean, it was a very valid point that that member was making, and it does seem to me that we should be getting all the paperwork in order pretty quickly and not waiting for another year to find out whether we've done it.
Well, the dates are for the end of June, so they should have been sorted or will be sorted. Now, Councillor Parker, I think you were, and then Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to, looking at page 127, I just wanted to ask the officers, when they talk about sample testing showed that the webcasting of committee meetings is reliable. I wondered which of the samples they looked at. Maybe they could qualify that, because it certainly doesn't lie with the experience that I've had when I've requested some information that I'm assured is on the webcast, then to be told subsequently, oh, the audio didn't work, or it's a bit lined and it skipped a second.
Well, as always with our sampling, we take a random sample, and all the committees that we checked where there was a webcast, we found no problems. There was a full copy of the webcast available. So from our as we said, from our sampling, we had no issues.
If it helps, I've just been told that there's a report coming back to this committee in September on webcasting, so that might be a more appropriate time, unless Councillor Parker.
Well, I understand there is a report, and I know the reason why there's a report, and that there is a purpose of my questioning this particular statement. Because I'd like to ask how many samples of total minutes, of webcast hours, what percentage was actually sampled?
As a percentage of meetings, I'm not sure how many meetings there are in total, but as typically we take a random sample of 10 or 20 meetings, and with the resources and time that we had, that was the maximum we could test. We tested of the 10, and they were all there.
Councillor Parker.
Were those samples spread across committees?
They were spread. We took sample testing across all committees throughout the entire year 2012-13, and be happy to provide those testing results to the committee if they so wish, so you can see which ones we looked at.
Councillor Parker.
I just assume that information will be fed into the report that's coming out in September then.
Should be Councillor Keating, followed by Councillor Mitchell. On the same point? Okay. And then Councillor Cubitt.
Thank you, Chair. All I can say is, from my own direct experience, as and when I needed a webcast, it was not available because the webcast had failed. Now, I accept and openly say that this was some while ago. But if when you need a webcast and it's not available, or because it's not been working, then it's very difficult to have confidence. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell.
A couple of points. On this point of the webcasts, my perception is that we shouldn't need to be doing sampling of the webcast, because there ought to be a log of every webcast failure, whether it's a failure of a complete webcast or a momentary failure of a webcast. Exactly. If we aren't keeping a complete log of webcast failures, that is something that I very urgently ask Audit to tell the department to implement. If we are, then you can actually test to see, is the log accurate, as opposed to where all the webcasts working, because random sampling is not a good device for picking up the occasional failure. The problem we have with webcasts is that if we're going to rely on webcasts, which we do very heavily, you cannot have occasional failures. You've got to have resilience and consistency. And just the odd time it doesn't work is not a clever idea, because it will always be the odd time when some member desperately needs to look to see what was actually said. So as a comment on that, I do suggest that if there isn't a log being kept, and if there is a log being kept, we should look at how it's kept to make sure that the log is accurate. That's the thing to test. But the other thing on here, which is on the general subject of information management, and I've been saying the same thing now for 5 or 6 years, and perhaps saying it to Audit might get something done in the presence of the resources manager. We are using Word documents for things which should be computer forms. Committee reports, all officer reports to committees, to Cabinet, to Council, all minutes are forms. Unfortunately, we're filling them in Word documents, which is a good way of losing the information. There's a great theory in computing that if you go to the docx format, you won't lose the information. This is palpably untrue, because you can't find anything. It's not properly indexed. It would be a very simple thing for this, and very strategic for this council, to move from Word documents to computer forms, so that whenever a report is done, they fill it in on screen, as they do with a Word document, but the information is captured in the system. The text is captured in the system, can be indexed properly. And why on earth we still continue to use Word documents in the year 2013 is a great mystery to me, but I expect us to be doing it in the year 2213, because we seem incapable of getting that message.
That's been noted. Councillor Mrs. Cubitt.
A query about whether or not we keep there is a log kept of failures is a key and then significant issue which has not been addressed.
I'd have to check if there's a log. I know there's a list. I know on the website it lists if there's been a technical failure against the web, and I know when I've asked for information from IT, they're able to tell me those that, the total number of webcasts and those that have failed. What I'm not sure is if there is a formal log, which was the question, so I would have to get back to you with that answer. But certainly there's a record of the webcasts and those that have had a problem.
The thing about the logging of the webcasts, I think it might be useful, despite the fact that we're going to change systems and we'll always have an oral backup in the future, is that maybe on the information management report it says how many times it's failed and which specific committees. That's just an idea. But in the failures that we've had to date, it has been extremely unfortunate, to say the least, that in the main, the webcast failures took place when Manydown was being debated, either in full chamber or in a committee meeting. And that's why, if a log was to be made and submitted in this new audit that's being constructed, that also the meeting subject matter might be useful so that unfortunate coincidences don't take place going forward. In regard to this audit, and Councillor Leake's quite right, I've taken a lot of interest in this subject and in fact requested that we do an audit on it because I understand that it wasn't done up until now, is that when I was suspended by my political party, I then sought to do an audit trail of what had happened in relation to the removal of Manydown, and discovered that significant memorandums, significant file notes, significant minutes of very significant meetings, namely the one of the 1st of April 2009, had disappeared. There was no original copy. Whilst it's very useful to have things on computers, unfortunately, computer versions are not as safe as hardcore copy documents in the safe. When I looked for full council bound copies together with amendments, they weren't in the relevant index.
Councillor Mrs. Cubitt, is this a question or is it a statement?
Yeah, it's a question.
Well, can we have the question, please?
Yeah, so that's the background behind why the audit was requested, and that's also the background behind why Ernst & Young said that our information management was not good, and that in fact I think Laura Taylor's following up with a separate action. But my question is this, is that given that we know that there are some serious problems and lots of documents have gone missing and key signed documents have gone missing, how is it that internal audit has been able to give this audit a reasonable when we've seen a previous one that had a limited? Now, the answer, I believe, is because of your sampling, which Councillor Mitchell has referred to, and I think he's right. And it's not a criticism per se, but I think because we're talking about significant items that went missing and significant times when webcasts stopped, and they were all unfortunate coincidences, it means that if you're going to do a sampling, the system looks fine. But if you start looking at unfortunate coincidences, the system then looks like it's got a bit of a problem. And I just wonder how you can address that.
I mean, obviously, the sampling, the audit work that we do is obviously looking at the current year, the previous year. I understand a lot of the issues that you're referring to would have occurred several years before. So we're only obviously looking at the current year, or current year or previous year. I did discuss as part of the audit, we discussed with the committee services manager, particularly some of the issues you've raised. We're aware of what went missing, sort of, the many down stuff. But obviously, we can only look at what is there currently. So we are aware previously, and we can do no more than look at that.
Yes, Councillor.
A follow-up to that. I appreciate that, Richard, and you're absolutely right in the context of. But what I would quite like, and I don't know whether the rest of the committee agrees, is that those missing items and the indexation and the hard copies for the previous couple of years, because the system worked perfectly well until a certain date, and then these documents went missing. Is there somebody going to be tasked with ensuring that the basement records and the original folders are actually A, secure, B, if people remove them, they're obligated to return them because they've signed out, and C, those documents that are missing have been found and put back?
I mean, obviously, we can look at whatever the committee wishes to instruct us to look at. So we did pick up this area because it was highlighted by yourselves to look at. But as I say, if the wider issue of document management down in the basement is an issue the committee thinks significant enough, then it is an area that we can look at.
Councillor Mitchell, followed by Councillor Keating, followed by Councillor Gardner.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to make a comment again about the reasons for putting it onto computer, or rather making our paper, our Word documents into computer forms. Keeping something on the computer certainly doesn't guarantee it'll never get lost, any more than keeping it on paper will ever guarantee it doesn't get lost. However, if you use forms and have a proper archive and backup system on your computer, which you need anyway, it reduces the chances of it getting lost. But also, of course, keeping it on the computer doesn't stop you keeping a paper copy as well. So I didn't say anything about not using paper. My concern was not using Word as the mechanism for producing the document. And having something on the computer doesn't stop you using it, having it on paper, and having the paper properly and securely archived. Indeed, for some purposes, that is still a requirement legally. But if you do archive your paper documents securely, you need a computer system in order to quickly and easily find the paper document. Trying to keep a paper archive on paper is very archaic and won't work. Doesn't work, because it's a human business of archiving it and indexing it. So it is much easier to just put it on the computer in the first place. And if you want paper, you circulate paper and you keep paper and all the things. But you do, please, start with the computer, keep it on the computer, make it easy for me at home to find it, print it off, do anything I like with it. Keeping it as starting it off as Word documents is, in this day and age, ludicrously stupid for an organisation like this, which is so reliant on information.
Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to, first of all, confirm that in my view, there is a need to reinstate confidence amongst members of the website and the webcasting and the storage thereof. There is absolutely no doubt that there should be a log of failures maintained by the IT department, and I would suggest, and I hope I'll find support here, that we should, at our September meeting, have a copy of that first log so that we can peruse and determine whether it is sufficiently robust for us to have confidence in that log. Thereafter, Audit can, of course, approach issues in relation to the audit opinion in a constructive and professional way, whichever way you would wish to do it. But if there is a log, I'm sure that the audit committee would expect you to at least use it as part of the mechanism by which you verify. So I believe we should be asking for a log to be retained, created or maintained, and that we should see the first copy of that log at our September meeting. And I hope the members of this committee will support me on that. Thank you.
Are members in agreement with that? Agreed. Thank you. I can't, no. Councillor Parker.
Sorry, Chair, I was just saying that I thought Councillor Gardner was down next to
No,
speak.
he's deferred.
He's deferred. Well, I just wanted to add my voice to the concerns that have been expressed with regard to if anybody was looking from the outside into this organisation, I guess they would say that reports, lengthy and short, and the retention of and the secure retention of is our stock in trade. And if we've got the system where these documents are being stored down in the cellar and they've actually proven not to be secure, then that in itself, in my view, is a senior management failing, and there has to be some form of review as to the practice that has been adopted in the past and quickly get something that's actually robust set up and to function from now on. And I'd like to think it won't take a 3-month report to get that action.
Councillor Hubert.
Specifically on that, the bound copy obligation should be reinstated very, very quickly. I mean, the minutes, which were signed by the chairman and bound until Mr. Guy came to run the legal department, were extensive and bound, and it was only once they stopped being bound that key documents just walked, and no one knows where they were. So, and since we have an obligation to bind these minutes, and they're supposed to be signed by the chairman, and each page is supposed to be initialed by the chairman, I would have thought that that would have been absolutely one of the first things that should have taken place, you know, last year after Ernst & Young acknowledged and agreed with my point that why is it that we bound them, had them signed and initialed, and suddenly that stopped, and then we lost these key signed minutes.
Councillor Hubert, sorry, I was going to interrupt you. I've just spoken to Kevin, and he's going to bring forth a proposal for the next September's meeting. Is that right?
Chairman, if I remember, I think we talked at the last meeting, it's on the action plan coming out of the Ernst & Young report around document management, and one of the reports that's one of the number of reports that's going to be at the September meeting, but one of the reports that will be at the September meeting will cover document management. But I also wanted to highlight members' attention to the point about action. The report does on page 129 does say that particularly this issue about binding the minutes is in progress, and its completion date is down as the 30th of June. So hopefully that gives some assurance to the councillor.
I saw that, and I'm glad to hear it. But for example, in 2006, when the papers that were the signed papers by the chairman and initial papers had even the binding holes, but just hadn't been sent to the company to put them into the legal binding book. And there's a very sound reason as to why we're supposed to have done it, and it's very sad and concerning that it stopped. But it's very easy to do, so we shouldn't have to wait September for it to happen. And even those minutes that go back as far as 2006 should now be bound so that they're in chronological order, they're individually signed, they're signed by the chairman, and then we have, like a court of law, we have a properly recorded, as we are obligated to, and filed minutes of meetings. And I don't think we should wait till September, that's my point.
I think the point's been made. Now I want to move on now. Yes, Councillor Mitchell, take it.
Just going back to my point about moving from Word forms to Word documents to computer forms. As information management's on our agenda, for the first time that I can recall, can I ask that officers look at this and at some reasonable date, I'm not looking for a detailed report why we're not doing it, why we're doing it, or why it's difficult to do, but it would be useful to have an officer comment back as to the fact that they understand what we're talking about. I can explain it again if needed, offline, and that they are either minded to look at it seriously and check it out, or they decided not to look at it seriously, and why. Because I'm fed up asking the same question.
He's very happy to do that for you.
I have to say, not that I wish for that member to go through in detail, but I have absolutely no idea what he's talking about, to be honest, and I use computers regularly. But if they discover what he's talking about, then maybe we can receive a brief email from that relevant member as to what on earth it is he is talking about, because for me, all these documents seem completely normal under computer systems today,
Right,
and maybe
right.
he's talking about something that
Okay.
used to happen 70 years ago.
Yeah, let's move on to
I'll be happy,
Appendix
I'll be
10.
happy, Chairman, to circulate a paragraph or two.
No. Oh, right. Let's move on to Appendix 10, Accounting and Budgetary Control, page 131 of 282. Do I have any comments? Right, on to the next one. Appendix 11, 135 of 282, local tax. Any comments? Nope, right, on. Appendix 12, contract processes tendering, 139 of 282, Councillor Lee.
In the light of our rather sad the record when it comes to large contracts, it is a little disappointing to find that we only get reasonable assurance. I mean, and particularly references to the property services who are responsible normally for some of the larger contracts. And the fact that in the third bullet point, all tender submissions over 50,000 are subject to technical appraisal, Although technical references are requested, these are not always checked. You know, we have an appalling record on large contracts. I think we'd all agree. And this isn't very good in my view, and I just hope the head of resources, who happens to be here and happens to be responsible for a lot of this, will take it all on board, because it is of concern to me.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. It's on the same subject item. The apparent shortcomings of this local authority's ability to end contract negotiations with terms and conditions that are in our favour, as opposed to completely in the favour of the provider of the service, amazes me. And it goes back from the very first year that I was elected as a councillor. There was a large capital item that was involved, and it would appear that on one occasion that if there was a delay in the contract, we suffered a penalty, not the contractor. And it was something that seemed to be completely topsy-turvy. So I totally agree with Councillor Leake's comments in that regard, but I think it needs to be noted that we're not just talking about, as it states here, on page 141, on the third spot from the top, elements of contract standing orders were not followed by property services on one sampled contract. There's a big pound sign behind all of this. It is hemorrhaging money to this local authority. And in fact, I think they're very lucky to get a reasonable to moderate assurance from the experience of the issues that we discuss at Overview Committee and on occasions at full council. So it is something that needs a very hard detailed look at, not just something that appears with comments that say this is being put in place, this is now being dealt with. It actually needs a fundamental review as to the situation of appropriate processes and personnel.
Thank you. Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. I've long been aware of the significant work pressure in the Property Services Department. The Property Services Department is not a large department of this council, it is a small department. The range of activities that they have to cover is quite wide, and they are invariably diverted from their routine or regular responsibilities to deal with other issues. For example, people going bust and giving up their tenancy to buildings and matters of that nature, or other people wanting to occupy buildings that become vacant all of a sudden. And their regular duties are on occasion sidetracked. It seems to me that there is a potential for that department to be under-resourced. The key factor, however, which I believe is germane to the whole of the problems that arise at each and every major contract, is that we as a borough council seem to be reliant upon the current practices of the building trade or industry. I think we should take a different approach in our contracts. We should be saying to people who will construct property for us, or amend properties or update properties, we should be saying to them, we will not give you the contract unless you agree to perform in accordance with good basic standards. Now, I know that that's a whole range of issues in building terms, but I don't believe we should be accepting builders' standards which always cost us money, never cost them money. I think we should be saying to them, we're not buying those standards anymore. We'll ask other constructors or builders to comply with requests that we have. So I believe a fundamental change needs to be undertaken. We spend significant sums of money, millions of pounds, and each and every time it appears, it doesn't actually happen every time, but it appears that when things go wrong, it's always at our expense and the taxpayer's pocket has to pay for it. And that's because contractors' standards, standing operating procedures say, we'll never lose out, you always will. I think we should stop doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mrs. Cubitt.
Yes, I'm just thinking, because we spend a lot of time in these meetings, and you know, we highlight issues that we have concerns with. Sometimes it's cross-party, sometimes it isn't. But actually, what probably we need is Councillor Isaac, who's responsible for property services, to come and give his reasons as to why he thinks his department's failing ultimately, because he ultimately has political responsibility. And then the same question goes on the information management. Maybe we should have the portfolio holder that's responsible for information management to give us an answer as to why, if there are some issues that need to be resolved, like the binding of the minutes, have they not been done? And I think that's where we fail, is that we come here and we talk, and we mention it, goes in the minutes, and then nothing ever happens, and that's how we're emasculated. And therefore, I don't know what my other members think, but, you know, let's have the portfolio holder. He's paid to be responsible politically for the property in our borough, and if we're not happy with the way the contract services work, let's see how he's going to sort it.
Councillor Mitchell.
Coming back to the subject of procurement and contracts management, which is, I think, where we are in the agendas, is it? And looking at the recommendations and it's very sad when people laugh when you haven't said anything funny, isn't it? Absolutely, when she finds something amusing. I agree with that entirely. Freedom, freedom, buhuru. On one question, a couple of comments. On 3.4 on page 143, manual tendering occurs when the client requests it. I assume the client is some part of this organisation. And is there any reason why we can't mandate that you don't ask for manual tendering? Can we agree that? Who owns the responsibility of making that determination, Kevin?
If I may assist the committee, in terms of contract standing orders, that would be me, and the recommendation from, I think it's the procurement manager actually, is that contract standing orders are amended in line with that, and I would agree. I don't think anyone would doubt that. So we will get that amended in the contract standing orders.
Next, on the next one, it's worth noting that select lists and blah blah blah. Can that be mandated? Where people are saying, well, we don't want select lists, thank you very much, in some department, some BU manager or head of service. Is there some reason why we can't tell them, well, you've got to have select lists where it's appropriate? You must use select lists. Seems entirely appropriate where it's appropriate.
Chairman, that is in effect mandated in contract standing orders were updated recently or fairly recently, and part of the change was around picking up some of the issues that members have raised here, or trying to, and putting those in, which included the use of framework. The first should be the use of a framework agreement where it exists and it's appropriate. Then it should be term contracts or select lists. So it's already mandated in there, but there will still be examples where bespoke one-off tendering is required. And that's, I think, what it's getting at. So it is actually mandated, the approach that should be gone through. And certainly if areas, and one of the areas that the report highlights is there are some areas where individual purchases are then, when you aggregate them up, ought to have been tendered for. And that, again, is something where you would probably say, well, have a select list or a term contract then. And that's been, certainly in the area that I'm responsible for in property, that's something that's been actively looked at to get into place.
And I like the idea of managers being reminded on 4.16b about something. It's always easy to remind managers about things like that. However, looking at 4.23 over the page, the contracts register and extensions of time, it may be that we're already doing this, but it doesn't appear to be the case from reading the text. If all our contracts of any level, whatever they are, just as simply a reporting and recording and tracking mechanism, are done through computer forms, we'd know about them all. We'd know about extensions of time. We'd have reports on them coming off the computer. And we wouldn't need a true and up-to-date contracts register to be produced and published, a matter of priority, because if everybody used a form on the computer, you'd know about them all every time anybody did anything in any business unit by way of a contract. If we're not doing that, strongly, again, urge that we move to that mechanism, which gives the management of the organisation full visibility of everything that's going on, everything that's slipped, everything that's overrun, everything that's overpaid, etc. And the size of the contract doesn't matter, just a contract, just recording the key data about it. And you can force them to do that by simply only allowing the contract to be paid if it's gone through the form.
Two things. Firstly, I said that I would quite like the portfolio holder to explain what he's going to do about these concerns that we as a scrutiny committee do. That's the first point. Second point is, just as an example, if we were to go through an audit of the Ernst & Young appointment, would that fall under this tendering contract process, or does that fall outside of it?
the report that came to the committee evaluated that process in line with contract standing orders, so it falls within this. So that's what that report last time to the committee showed.
So the rules that governed how the Ernst & Young farce evolved are the same rules that govern the property service contract. It's the same for both.
Contract standing orders are the same, yes.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted just to request of officers, when they talk in terms of sampled contract, are we talking about, are we, in this sort of instance, there's a lot in this, in the commentary that talks about selection process, but did some of the assessment work involve actually looking at how officers carried through the contract with regard to a piece of construction work that this authority was paying for? Did it go to the actual detail of looking at what the initial contract terms were, the initial tendered price, the work to be completed, and then the actual any adjustments to that contract throughout the term of build and any resultant increase in payment? Was it that type of sampling, please?
No, this audit purely looked at the tendering process of actually obtaining the contract, getting the contract agreed. It didn't look at anything beyond actually contract performance or anything like that.
Councillor Parker.
Might I put a request in then that that's an area that needs to be reviewed and looked at?
Is there a general agreement on that? Yep. Can we do that then, please? Right. Can we move on to Appendix 13, developers?
Sorry, can we just clarify?
Sorry, yes. Councillor Cubitt suggested we get the portfolio holders to come and address us.
Sorry, which portfolio holder? That was a thing on contracts, not a. It's the same chap, is it? Because there was a lot of debate about property.
Well, that's Councillor Isaac, isn't it?
They're both Councillor Isaac, aren't
They're both right. Okay. Can we move on? Thank you. Right. Yes. Yes. So, Councillor Leake, followed by Councillor Keating.
Can I refer to 9.12 on page 149, which is under developers' contributions, and I agree entirely with the comment made by internal audit. But what horrifies me is the response, because we are all well aware of the potholes, the poor footpaths, the limited public transport, and the poor infrastructure. I cannot believe that we can't produce a list of things, infrastructure or best projects that could usefully use up the money. To say that if we can't think of anything, we should repay it is quite ludicrous when we're desperately short of money for all the projects most of us could think of. I mean, I could write a list in my own ward, and I think in the town they could write even longer lists. So it does seem to me that that is not an appropriate response. I agree legally it probably is, but frankly we should, and I would like to request that somebody draws up a plan or a scheme or a list of projects that could utilize the funds that are sitting there. And I say this particularly because actually there are references to the potential repayment of the money in the accounts and various other documents we're looking at today. And I hope everybody would support that view.
Well, I think we note that as a request that a schedule is produced. I mean, that in effect was the gist of the internal audit recommendation. So, which I Yeah, I'm not sure whether the response was taking issue with, that's what we'll go away and find out, taking issue with actually coming up with a list, more that it wouldn't be appropriate just to spend the money so that you didn't have to repay it, but that's not what you're suggesting. No.
Councillor Gardner, Councillor Keating, Councillor Parker, are you? Sorry, right, we'll take you first, Councillor Keating, followed by at tail end, Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chair. I do have a few comments to make about this particular report. Firstly, the report pages 146 and 147 effectively talks about developers' contributions and other things of that nature, repayments, refunds, etc. And there's not a single value. We're talking here about millions of pounds, right? And management's response says the outcomes of opportunity to have a comment on the initial recommendation, the comprehensive nature of the audit is good, etc. There are no values on the 2 pages, right? The current capital program ensure developers' contributions are allocated to the program, right? A small amount of developers' contribution. It is totally impossible to get a grasp of the size of the problem if they talk about a small amount of developers' contribution. How small is small? What is the definition of small? Has it got a value? Is it £1 million? Is it 10? We don't know, right? What I'm saying to you is this report does not help me essentially because it doesn't refer to actual values. Can I move on within the report now to the next page? If you look at the following page, because it's hidden, 148, 8.12b, the recommendation from the auditor is that the 106 group should continue to meet on a regular basis, suggested monthly. The response is, we're going to continue to do it quarterly whether you like it or not. Now, bearing in mind, this report is highlighting developers' contributions which are which we are failing to use effectively and in accordance with the reason we have raised the money in the first place, to say, well, we'll look at it quarterly because that's what we've always done, I think is unacceptable. If the auditor says there are problems in the short term at the very least, they should accept the auditor's response, which is look at it monthly because you're obviously not doing it well when you're doing it quarterly. That should happen, Chair. That's 8.1.2b. If you look at the following page, 189, 817a, the auditor raises a report. The categories should be reviewed regularly. There's not even an action agreed. But there is a timescale for it. Now that's interesting, but it is not in accordance with the standards of our audit reports, and it should not be acceptable. 8.21 on the same page, i.e. page 149, it says, the auditor says, action should be taken to recover outstanding committed sums. The action agreed, nil. Nothing. But there is a deadline for doing the nothing. Now, I mean, this is just not acceptable, Chair. We're getting, I mean, if we're expected to endorse, recommend, approve, rubber stamp reports, then we need to have some simple basis, which is the auditor recommends something and the management should give a response. A nil response should not ever be acceptable or published. Thank you, Chair, and that's my contribution on this particular paper. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner.
I'll try and keep this brief. Going back to Councillor Leake's point on 149.912, that last sentence, it is not considered appropriate for spend to be made to avoid repayment as a matter of course. That I can't argue with. It's correct. However, the officer should be making every attempt to ensure that projects are found which will spend the money, or it will be returned and we will lose the benefit of it. And I find the tone of the officer response unsettling.
Councillor Parker next, was it? I think.
Thank you, Chair. As one of the ward members that have, I would suggest, the larger part of major developments carried out in my ward. Oh. Yes, okay, John. That's all right, John. Yeah. Sorry, I just wiped that statement out. It doesn't really matter. This business of Section 106 money, there is a question, Chair, in fact, a series of chairs, but I'd like just to make the point here. Seems to me to be the sort of veiled treasure in terms of members' involvement. And I would like to, at some stage, end by asking the officer how he thinks members' involvement at the appropriate stage can be improved in terms of, A, what contributions are being requested, in terms of the development in the members' ward, the areas that need money. We're approaching this entirely the wrong way round. We've got a situation where, to give an example, there was some small contributions from a development in my ward for community leisure, and I think we were talking in terms of £1,300, and the paperwork, the paper trail to actually release those funds, I would imagine it's a tenth of what we're losing in contributions we have to pay back. I appreciate it has to be justified, but it's top heavy in those terms. And I would like to suggest that we go back to at one time when it was suggested that there was a working group put together to try and see how members can have more involvement. It seems a mystery to me. One of the things was saying on there, the action saying that this information is being presented, or the outcome is being shown on Sinbad. Well, I as a member, I don't want, this is now probably the second time in 10 days that I've been effectively referred to information that's useful to me on Sinbad. I don't think I should be trawling through Sinbad for information in these terms. If there's an outcome that affects possibly monies available to my ward, then I should be notified. I do not understand. And I'd like again to ask officers, why can we not receive as ward members regular updates as to how much Section 106 money has been negotiated on which contracts, and also in subsequent times how much of that money is left to spend and the areas that it can be spent on? Because then, you know, you might get some sensible suggestions. And I would like just to then ask maybe the duff question of the day, because I don't quite understand how commuted sums have such a major role. Could someone just explain to me what we're talking of in terms? I understand the word commute, but can we just, how does that fit in the process? How do we end up with that sort of process?
Chairman, if I can assist. The commuted sums are sums that are calculated when the developer is transferring open space land as part of a development to the council. So the council takes on legal ownership of the land and then the maintenance responsibilities. Part of doing that is a calculation, and it's in the annually set in the fees and charges report, that sets out the calculation of how much needs to be paid so that annual maintenance can continue in perpetuity. That's the basis of the calculation. So there are lump sums in effect paid by developers as commuted sums that the council then holds and uses, at the moment, uses the interest on those to support the maintenance on an ongoing basis. So that's the community sum. So those are separate from some of the more infrastructure elements of a Section 106 agreement, and they're linked to land transfer, open space, mainly open space land transfers.
Councillor Parker.
Would it be fair to assume, therefore, then, that on that work that is carried out to maintain those parcels of land is separated from other costs involved in other words, we are not getting a double sort of accounting exercise here, and we're not apportioning other monies when we're actually getting the cost of it paid for somewhere else?
I mean, it's not necessarily accounted at that level of detail, but what happens is when the community sum is put in, the interest figure is calculated and put into the revenue budget and as income, and the expenditure goes in to increase the maintenance costs of the site. So the manager of the open spaces maintenance has got an increased budget that's supported by the contributions from the community sum. So there isn't any double counting that I'm aware of. And it goes in each year. Those figures are put in as part of the budget process.
Councillor Parker, yes.
So it goes into a pot and gets lost.
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that interpretation. It goes into the overall grounds maintenance budget.
I understand it gets spent, Horace, but what we're talking about is that this is money that has been agreed to be paid for the benefit of a particular part of the borough that is possibly subsidising the cost of maintenance of other parts of the borough.
I don't think it's subsidising maintenance, because the calculations are based on what it costs the team to do the certain types of work. So it's based on shrubberies, trees, a range of maintenance areas, and those are recalculated each year precisely to try and avoid to make sure that they reflect the cost of doing that piece of maintenance. So it's just for administrative management that it's in the overall budget. But those sites are then identified and are maintained to the council standards.
Councillor Mitchell, followed by Councillor Mrs. Cubitt, followed by Councillor Gardner.
A couple of questions, or a question and then comment perhaps. It says here, there is no single database this is on page 146, and then further down, until a corporate database is established. We did tackle this some years ago, and we did get at least a system that captured the numbers of Section 106 agreements. Unfortunately, the outputs down to parish and ward, etc. level, showing all the what had been charged, what had been collected, what had been spent, what was left, which was supposedly very useful to members. Sadly, the way it was presented, the output was presented, was in an amazingly complicated set of spreadsheets, which made it almost impossible for man born of woman to actually get to grips with the numbers, at least in my case, and I thought I was quite good at that sort of thing. I'm assuming that still exists, but and I can look at it somewhere. Is that the case?
Yeah, I mean, as I understand it, there's in effect two sources. There's the planning system, which gives it notification to members, or members can go in and find planning applications and changes. And then there is the spreadsheet from that we produce in finance that goes on to Simbad, which I think Councillor Parker mentioned earlier, which details what's been received, what's been spent, and what's left at the level of the agreement, certainly. And that information is maintained and kept up to date and reconciled.
Right, so the question is, are we actively building a corporate database for Section 106 agreements? And if not, why not? Why isn't there a recommendation from the audit? Because there's nothing mentioned in any of the recommendations that are then dated for follow-up. It says until a database is established, which begs the question of why are we not making, seems a very simple and trivial thing to do. And it seems an obvious thing to have done about 10 years ago. Is there some really sound reason why this is not a priority for the council?
I think it was looked at before, and it wasn't a comprehensive solution wasn't found that gave us an overall database that could be effectively and efficiently maintained. And that piece of work was looked at before. Remembering also that going forward, a lot of the Section 106 agreements, not completely, but lots of them will be replaced potentially with SIL. So there'll be a different type of developer contribution. There will still be 106 for specific site-based infrastructure, but there will be a changing emphasis going forward. So I think I'm right in saying at the moment that there isn't an active development of one trying to pull together the financials and the property system.
I don't know whether it's the job of this committee, but if it is, can I ask that officers undertake to come back once the detail of SIL is fully pinned down, and we're not far off that, I mean, it's in the works. Once that's pinned down, that officers come back and explain what they're going to do about having a corporate database of this, because that spreadsheet could be useful, but it's awfully difficult to understand and manipulate. Maybe a front end could be put on it. It would be very useful for us all to know what in our ward is available for what purpose. It was intended for that, but actually reading it, you know, most people won't use it. And parish councils and people would use it as well. I find that I mean, until a corporate database is established, implies work that might be done. If there's no plan to do so, that's an inappropriate and misleading paragraph, in my view. However, coming to the main point about the difficulties and about the thin response from planning and development, I totally agree with those who find that unsatisfactory. I suggest that that's because we're talking to we've got the thing in the wrong ownership. Planning and development are the instrumental outfit at setting these agreements at the beginning, with support from other parts of the council, and negotiating the agreement. After the agreement has been contracted, planning and development have little, if anything, to do with it. I mean, they may help with chasing the money, but they have absolutely nothing to do with spending it at all. And it's the spending end of it, it's what's available and how it's being spent, which exercises members and parish councils and residents who say, what happened to the money we were supposed to get for so-and-so? Nothing to do with planning and development at all. And seeing this as something that's owned by the planning and development manager will get you these blank and uncertain responses, because the planning and development manager can't do anything about it. He can't do anything about spending the money and sending it in the right direction and all that sort of thing. And we really do. I mean, I think this is a significant thing, and I agree with those members who've drawn attention to the scale of what we're talking about here. And the idea that we're not sure how to spend best is pathetically ludicrous. There is not a road in my ward that doesn't need resurfacing urgently. You know, not a road. Huh? So let's worry about spending best. We can all work out how to do that. Even if we ever had a thing called BEST, which I think lapsed 7 years ago now, doesn't exist. But I suggest very strongly that what the council needs is somebody who has overall responsibility within the council for the outcomes of Section 106 contribution. You know, I have this terrible racial memory of about 7 years ago being stopped in the corridor by an officer, no longer with us actually as it happens, saying, Councillor Mitchell, we've got some Section 106 money that is available in your ward, and we're thinking about doing this, this and this. That is not the right way to skin this cat. And that is still how it's done. You know, somebody suddenly remembers that there's this money which we never got round to. I've had 2 incidents in my ward in the last 3 months of money surfacing that had been forgotten and was urgently needed to be spent, because otherwise the developer gets it back. You know, and the planning and development manager is quite right. If we can't find a way to spend it, he should get it back, because that's why he's given it to us. But that's our fault. We really need a Section 106/SIL person outside of planning and development, which is not the right place. Perhaps in finance, perhaps somewhere else. There should be somebody responsible for pushing the spend of this, and including the spend of the wretched county money. They're sitting on millions and millions of pounds of our residents' money at county.
I think we're getting a consensus about this. Are we agreed? Yeah. Yeah, no, I'll come to you in a moment.
I'm suddenly getting a bit nervous because I think I might have had to have declared an interest, because I've just paid £8,000 to the council under Section 106. Was I supposed to have declared that? And of the £8,000, 2,000 of that was to the legal department, and none of it was negotiated with the planning department. It was negotiated by a gentleman in the legal department, and when we wanted to pay it, they didn't want to receive it, so we've paid it, but we haven't had an invoice, and we only paid it because they kept on saying they didn't want to receive it. So my personal experience of Section 106 has left me completely in agreement, which is pretty rare with Councillor Mitchell, but certainly is the case. And I would also like to know who's responsible for 106, because it's the same problem that we've had before, which is that we don't have a register on the property portfolio, and we know we have a commercial real estate portfolio of 250 million. And since I was elected 6 years ago, we still don't have a register. And it begs the question, why? You know, who benefits from this opacity? And the same for the Section 106. Who benefits from the register never having been done?
Thank you for that.
To both of those questions at the next meeting, that is specifically, what is the council doing at council level, at the authority level, about the spending, about the monitoring and spending of Section 106, question 1, which requires some authority at council level, not planning development or any other individual function. It's a supervisory role. What is the council doing with that? And what, if anything, does the council plan to do, and if not, why not, about having a proper database of SIL/106/Section 106 agreements, or whatever is most appropriate? I think we could have a simple answer to both those questions at our next meeting.
Councillor Parker's next.
I hope Councillor Mitchell will allow me just to suggest an addition to the question, and how do they intend to involve ward members in that process?
And my point about the 2,000 is that 25% of the Section 106 went to the legal department that negotiated it. And we all, as ward members, always believe that Section 106 is given by developers for the benefit of our residents. And I don't understand why 25% should go to the legal department when I also had to pay for their legal fees as well as the 2,000, which means that of it, only 75% went to ostensibly the benefit of the community, and the remaining 25% went to the legal department who negotiated it.
I heartily agree with you. Councillor Keating first, followed by Councillor Leake.
Thank you, Chair. To supplement what Councillor Mitchell is saying, I do believe we do need a register, but the register should be constructed in a form which is readily understood by lay people, not by accountants, by lay people. And they should take into account the fact that Section 106 money has a lifespan before it becomes liable to be repaid to the person who donated it. Now, there's nothing wrong, in my view, in returning monies that you collected and haven't spent in accordance with the rules. There's nothing wrong with returning such money. But if there is a lifespan, I believe it's either 5 or 6 years. If there's a lifespan, then there should be trigger points within that period to ensure that the relevant people are reminded there is Section 106 money which is not spent. It was collected from Ward A, B, and C, etc. There should be a trigger point for reminding people of the existence thereof and the need to deal with it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Leake.
Thank you, Chairman.
Sorry, it's a bit creaky, isn't it?
I just wanted to just comment on the report, because under compliance with agreements, which is halfway down the page, I do agree that generally Section 106 contributions are paid by the developers, but as Councillor Mitchell and I, and perhaps Councillor Keating, as members of the performance panel, because we do enjoy all this investigation, keeps us busy in our old age, we have had two relatively recent issues. One where we had invoiced somebody twice, and then it got changed from 800,000 to 500,000, and another which I believe has now been paid, and now there's another one outstanding of 500,000, which has gone back to the Housing Corporation for them to be involved in. So I think, to give the right impression of the problems we face, it would have been better if those two issues and any others had actually been included in this report, so members of the public, as well as other members of this council, would realise some of the issues, that we do have fairly large sums which are collected rather more slowly than would be desirable.
Councillor Cubitt, followed by Councillor Gardner, and then we'll bring it to an end.
Just on my personal experience, the legal document that I had to sign just had 7 categories. So presumably everybody who's asked to pay for 106 has the same one category, and it's entitled. So that those categories could easily be transcribed and amalgamated in each ward, because they're obviously standard categories. So the legal department gets X percent, best gets Y percent, roads get, community facilities get. I mean, it seemed as if it was very standard how they'd put it in the legal document. So I can't see why it should be complicated to replicate that in a ward fashion, in a very simple fashion.
Thank you. I think we're all agreed on that, Councillor Gardner.
And finally, does anybody monitor the amount of developer contributions which are returned to the developers? Because if the amount is significant, surely that's evidence of a fundamental weakness in our controls somewhere.
From our testing, we didn't find any examples of money having been repaid.
You may comment quickly.
Yeah, we do take significant steps to avoid repaying contributions. Our problem is, and I think that the comment from the planning and development manager, we should pay it back, is quite right. We should pay it back if we haven't spent it. But we do take steps to try and spend it. The problem is we're not doing it in a scientific and planned fashion. And often it's done at the last minute. Somebody scrambles around saying, we must find some way of spending this money, otherwise it goes back. And that's because it's not proactively managed with direct engagement of the ward members in the case of those things that are on wards. The other thing about the headings, the standard headings are pretty well the same for practically everybody, but there is a difference in that if you build one house, we now have a sort of roof tax thing, which is for a pretty well standard amount of money per house that you build. On the other hand, on a large development, the negotiation is much more complex because we're looking for particular aspects of it, like the developer must pay for this explicitly, as opposed to make a contribution for this, that, and the other. And you also have the complication of the commuted sums for Section 1 for affordable homes, for example, if he's not meeting the affordable homes target. So it is complicated when it gets to the larger developments. But the outcome is still the same. There is a pot of money that goes into it for a particular purpose and has to be spent for that purpose. Otherwise, it goes back to the developer. And it seems mysterious to me why we've never put that on a database, why that's complicated seems. I agree with Councillor Cubitt, it should not be complicated. For some reason it appears to be. I think maybe because they're trying to put too much other than the raw data into the database.
Councillor Cubitt, and then I was going to finish it, but we've had...
Richard, thank you for the answer to the question, but it wasn't actually the answer to the question. The question was, does anybody monitor the amount of developer contributions which are returned? and I'm not, you said you didn't find any examples of it, but were you looking for specific examples, or is there a log somewhere of amounts that are being refunded?
No, we weren't looking specifically for amounts being returned. Just obviously, again, we do our sample checks and look at the pick specific section 106s and see how, follow it through, see how the money, whether firstly the money was received and then how it was spent. And we, as far as actually monitoring it goes, it would be, I see it as the job of the Section 106 monitoring group that is set up, which we recommended should meet monthly. But I'm aware that yes, it doesn't meet, that it should meet quarterly. But I'm aware that the last meeting, for example, I know was actually cancelled, which was wasn't very good, I thought. But I see it as their job as actually monitoring it. But it seems to be a lot of discussion's been around the corporate database. I know that the accountancy and planners do share what is effectively the accountancy spreadsheet. They now share it on a shared drive so that they can liaise better between themselves to assist with the monitoring. But there is a lot of emphasis on the officers showing due diligence to do the job rather than kind of a corporate guidance. So it should be, to answer your question, no, I haven't seen any. I couldn't say who does monitor it, but I would expect it to be the Section 106 group.
I think that's the longest no I've had in a while.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Cubitt's just given us an insight to these 7 categories. I want to ask the officer, does the developer choose or do we instruct as to?
Again, you're going to go slightly outside of my detailed knowledge on this, but there are scoping meetings around particular developments, and part of those identify what infrastructure or what Section 106 requirements are, and then the agreement will have within there the particular elements that are relevant to that Section 106 agreement. And I think one of the problems is that there isn't one standard. There might be now a more standardised version for certain 106s, but going back, there hasn't been one standard Section 106 agreement that easily lays everything out. They are different agreements written at different times by different sets of lawyers on both sides, and they are different, and therefore picking out the relevant information did take time to establish that initial database. So it's done as part of the scoping. It's done in line with the council's planning and Section 106 policies and charges, and it will fluctuate depending on the particular development, unless it's one of the lower value ones, smaller site ones, where there is a more of a tariff-based approach. Although it's not a tariff, but there is a more of an individual charge per property.
A reply, yes.
Can I just ask the officer, does the officer see any reason why, at the appropriate stage of this process, that a request could not go out toward members within the agreed categories with a question as to, do they see any of those 3 suggested categories, which would be the priorities for receiving funds to assist residents in their ward?
I think rather than give you an answer from an uninformed basis in terms of the detail of what currently goes on, I think what I wanted to try and do was establish what the request is from the committee, and I was going to pick up, I think it was Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Keating's really, but Councillor Mitchell's really, I think what you're asking for, because again, as an audit committee is the function and role of audit, I think you're asking me about process. So I think what you're asking is to receive a report back from the appropriate officer or officers or head of service, dealing with the identification, monitoring and spending of Section 106. So it covers those key elements of the process, which I think was Councillor Mitchell's wording. No? Okay, well, that's what I thought you were after. So some detail on the process of how 106 agreements requirements are identified, which I think was picking up Councillor Parker's point about what's the process at the moment, then how are they monitored and how are they spent, and then also are there any plans or what are the plans for the information database for Section 106 and going forward for SIL. So those are the two strands of sort of process-based requests that I thought was what the committee were after.
And also, picking up what Councillor Gardner says, I think, because this is, again, opacity in this area is not good, in that if we are returning monies, how much is being returned on a half-annual basis or annual basis, and to whom? I think it's absolutely key, because that's where that's a money flow, and me with my banking hat on, that's an area that I would have a concern about, because it's not something we're aware of, and it might be happening in our wards, and it might be happening for whatever reason, but it's something that we should know about. So I think Councillor Gardner's question was absolutely right, and I think we should be given a nil return or an X return. And then the other thing is that we've talked about Section 106 for years, and this debate that we're having now, which is very good and which you're acknowledging, and the summing up is excellent, but we've had this debate many times before, and what I'm a little bit confused in is why we're none the wiser today than we were 6 years ago.
If I may, Chair, I would hazard to say that we are wiser than we were 6 years ago, but we probably aren't at the position that members would like us to be in. But I think the information is much clearer, is available from where we were six years ago. But I wouldn't, I would agree that there is still further work that could be done. It's a case of balancing the resource requirements to deliver that with the outcome. And as you say, on some of these areas, there are significant 106 contributions that we're talking about.
Councillor Mitchell, and then
the bit I think that was missing from Kevin's otherwise excellent summary is my view, and I hope members will agree with me on this, that what we need coming back to this committee is something from the council, from the officers, that says is the council going to put the responsibility to push the spending aspect of this. And that push would include the pull. I agree with entirely what was said about ward members. The problem with going back to ward members, you can't go back to ward members while you're negotiating with the applicant. There isn't the time. I did suggest a long time ago that people kept a wish list, but you have to have somebody to give your wish list to. And, if each parish was encouraged to do a wish list, and mine certainly would, each ward is encouraged to do a wish list. These are the things we need to see. These are the things we need. These are the things we'd like if we could get them in our area. But it's not worth everybody doing that unless there's somebody centrally in the authority, and it's not planning and development. Please keep it out of there. And it's not legal. Please keep it out of there. Neither of those functions can understand computers and will not go for computers. It has to be somebody in the council, outside of those functions, responsible for the push side, spending the money. Collecting the money is done pretty well. Spending the money is done very haphazardly and badly.
Right, he's just going to sum up with 4 points. Do quickly, Councillor Keating. You promise it'll be small.
Short rather than small. The point I wanted to make was the fact that we don't have a register enables cabinet members to change the priorities on a regular basis, and I can tell you it does happen. The last point I wanted to make was on the auditor's suggestion of monthly meetings versus quarterly meetings. We need to make a decision on that. And the acceptability or otherwise of auditors' recommendations, which are totally ignored in the report, should actually be picked up at this point, Chair.
In terms of the frequency of meetings, I would agree with Councillor Keating, and that's something I've already made contact with the relevant head of service. We haven't had a chance to meet, but I think that won't be a situation that that is allowed to continue. So I would completely agree that there should be monthly meetings for the monitoring. So yeah, well, I'd noted down, we haven't got to summing up yet, but I'd noted down that just a general comment from the committee that I was going to read back at the end, which was that, just generally speaking, that nil responses in the management action, in the action agreed sections, are not acceptable. So we would have that as a general comment.
Right. Let's move on to Appendix 14, page 151 of 282, which is Asset Register. Councillor Leake, followed by Councillor Parker.
Well, I'd just like to ask the head of resources whether we capitalise these items of movable plant. It says a large number of movable plant assets valued below £500 exist within the operations section. These total approximately 81,000. I wasn't quite sure how we knew all of that because A, we don't seem to have a register of them or know whether they're still there or whatever. So it was a little surprising. But do we capitalise this, and why is it that we don't have an asset register or plant register? I notice actually in the report the officer dealing with the action suggests we change the name from a plant register to a central assess register, but I think he means asset. I'm not quite sure why we want to move away from plant register to be, in my day, and I know I'm very old and things have changed, but we used to have plant registers and they were quite useful things, but I'm more concerned about whether we have capitalized all these items and whether they're lying fictitiously in our balance sheet.
Don't believe we have capitalised them. I think they're items of revenue expenditure.
That's not the answer I would have hoped for. I would have hoped that you said yes they are or no they are not, because you are head of that department.
I was hedging my bets, Councillor, but I will absolutely confirm that. But my understanding is they're not capitalised.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, sort of when you consider the turnover of this local authority, I'm not ever quite sure at what point do we decide something is below the sort of the sensible line to be chasing after. But I do note that it's on page 152, and it's a bit of a follow-on from John's comment, is that in relation to its statement, which says a large number of operations inventory items have not had their location verified at the time of the audit, and therefore should be considered lost or stolen. Well, sorry, I thought you were talking about whether we had the inventory for the 81,000. Should there be a figure against? I mean, if you are able to say a large number have not had their location verified, then you must have been able to quantify that. And if we assess those to be at £500 value, then we should be having a figure to be understanding better the problem. The question wasn't, sorry, Chair, the question was, did the team think to put a figure to that, a pound sign, not just the fact there was a large number?
The 81,000 was based on the information that was supplied by the operations team, on the information in the spreadsheet which they maintain it. There was approximately £81,000 worth of equipment that didn't have any category against the field as to where it was stored, and that was blank. We've also taken, we were able to make an assessment from some of the items that they purchase on the corporate purchase card, credit cards for equipment. So we know the values approximately of those items as well. And so some of them get transferred to the asset register and some didn't, and hence why our general overall concerns with the quality of that particular asset register. But yes, the 81,000 is an educated guess. It's not a definitive figure.
Councillor Gardner?
On the same point as Councillor Parker, large number of operations inventory items have not had their location verified. Was that because nobody looked, or was it because they looked and they couldn't find them? And if they are considered lost or stolen, are the thefts reported to the appropriate authorities?
That was the latter of your point.
If they are considered stolen, is the theft reported?
No, they haven't been.
Right. And Councillor Parker?
Chair, I think this is it's something's just being missed here because it's a very valid point, and I have personal experience of this situation in relation to a comment made by the local community beat officers, inasmuch that when certain items went missing from the East Rock Park, this was items of what we might best call park furniture. It was sort of like 10 days before it trickled back to the beat officers that these items were missing. And the suggestion from the community police team was that if they knew within at least 24 hours, they have a list of suspects and they probably could have tracked those items down and maybe made a recovery far quicker. So, this is not only just sort of the suggestion of council equipment, like, spades and shovels and mini sit-on tractors. It also, I think, should encompass stock in the parks and stuff like that. There doesn't seem to be a system whereby the local operator has the authority, if something's missing the next morning when they go, to actually pick up the telephone and report that to the police. It has to be quite a lengthy process. That, there's an email done to the sort of section head, and it depends on whether it's the second or third day of the week, whether they're on contract to be in that day, and then it gets passed along the line. So I mean, I don't know what suggestions the team would have to make sure these items that potentially are deemed lost or perhaps stolen or attempted break-ins, are they putting forward a suggestion as how that can be improved? I've missed it maybe on the schedule, but there's been a lot of reading.
The operations team, yeah, they do have an incident form where they report particularly break-ins. From the audit we undertook, yeah, we did find that was the method of reporting was a bit, how can we say, inconsistent. With some incidents being reported and not, because they are required to report any such instances to the insurance officer for obvious reasons. Sometimes they have been reported to the police, but generally speaking, because the value of the cost of the stolen items or the damage, the police tend to be not too responsive to our reports.
Councillor Parker?
The point I'm making is it's not a report they want. They want a telephone call.
Anyone else? Councillor Keating? Sorry, Councillor Gardner, you were next. I apologise. And then you're next after that.
You say the police aren't interested, but aren't the insurance company requiring an incident number from the police before they'll pay back?
It depends on the value. The insurance company don't always require an incident form.
Councillor Keating?
I suspect, Chair, that this particular department has a history of not having a huge and effective paper chain arrangement. They've been more hands-on rather than paper-based. And I think under this particular report, it's obvious that they're moving towards being more effective in terms of paper chasing, paper recording, and doing things on paper properly. And I suspect we need to give them some leeway to bed into a more paper confirmation arrangement of what they're actually doing. Because if you're out cutting grass and matters of that nature, and somebody called you over and you put down your shears or your piece of equipment, things can easily go awry such that you might forget to go back because something else has happened. So I think we need to be a bit balanced here between the type of people we're talking about in terms of regular recording on paper. Why not have a telephone reporting system whereby they don't really need to go back to base and fill in 14 pieces of paper at the end of the shift or whatever? They could simply record something by mobile phone. So we don't require them to do paper as well as doing their job. We should be requiring them to just do their job. You know what I mean? Well, the reality is most people have mobile phones of their own and they can do that anyway. But I think we need to keep a balance between requiring people who do manual work and out on the streets, not in offices, to have the right bit of paper in the right place at the right time. We should provide them with a different mechanism to report things and record things such that they just get on with the job. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, can we move on now to page 161 of 282, corporate governance. Councillor Cubitt.
Can I formally request that it be recorded that whilst I appreciate what the Audit Department have said on this audit, that I don't accept the findings because I don't believe that the Council adheres to the CIPFA codes, and I think that the auditors have been too lenient on senior management in this Council in respect to this specific audit, specifically with regards to CIPFA Solus Code 2, 3 and 4 and 6, because I do not accept that this Council adheres currently to the CIPFA code.
My understanding is that that will be recorded on the webcam, and
I'm requesting it be recorded in the minutes. I don't want it just to be recorded on the webcast. That's why I'm making a specific request for it to be recorded.
I think under the terms we're not recording individual requests of that nature under the new minutes. Sorry, I didn't hear.
By endorsing Councillor Cubitt's comments, it's no longer an individual request. Thank you.
Right. I'll have to seek advice about that, the new rules. So it's no longer an individual. Okay, fine. I'm happy with that. Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. This is the substantive report that raises a significant issue of scrutiny. Scrutiny in this bundle of documents of 282 pages, scrutiny is referred to on page 20, page 26, page 30, page 38, page 44, and in this particular report, Appendix 15. The independent governance report quite clearly identified and made recommendations in relation to the ineffectiveness of scrutiny in this particular council, and made recommendations in relation to the need to improve scrutiny. Therefore, to rely at this point on standards in relation to scrutiny which are not operated by this council is very difficult for anybody to understand. The CIFR Code, Principle 2 and 4 in particular, but not exclusively, rely on the existence of and the operation of an effective scrutiny process. We do not have such a thing. So it is critical in my view that we recognize as a committee that scrutiny is currently being examined and will need to be examined and concluded, conclusions made in relation to how we should go forward, and not therefore endorse, support and rely on the documentation in this particular report, which itself relies on effective scrutiny. If I haven't made myself clear, I apologize, and if you want me to, I'll say it again in a different way. Thank you.
Did members understand that? Yeah, we got the gist. Yeah? Happy with that? Any other speakers? Oh, sorry. Councillor Leake.
I just want to seek clarification on one or two minor points, if I may. The first one is on page 164 of 282, the last bullet point, which says, this revised version of the Members' Code of Conduct requires members to declare any gifts or hospitality. I thought it was subject to a de minimis amount. If it isn't, then I'm certainly in breach, because I've been given the odd glass of wine, and I thought it was, yes. So I do think that needs to be recorded somewhere, because otherwise I suspect most of us are in breach of the rules.
And
Well, I wonder why.
it would be ridiculous for members to be invited to record the fact that somebody gave them a glass of wine or a lift in their car.
We've got an officer response.
Yeah, apparently it doesn't say a specific value, it says a nominal value. So I think it's there for interpretation. So if you like, you have your glass of wine, yes, you know, that's acceptable. I understand there was a... So I understand there was a new members' code that came out in May, which included this stipulation of nominal value.
Can we propose, Chairman, that this be revisited and that the minimum amount be reinstated, because having it so vague means members can't comply with it. They can't know what they're complying with. Well,
I absolutely agree. I think we ought to have it sorted out straight away, because
I think, Chairman, that the new code came to the May. Was it within the May meeting of this committee? So it did. And it's been to council as well. I'm informed as well. So
I'm aware that the county council has a figure which what can't quite remember is whether it was £25 or £50, but I do think a £25 minimum should be inserted, because frankly, even a glass of wine is £6 or £7 nowadays, isn't it? And
Councillor Mitchell.
yeah, can I just a suggestion? If this was missed, this was missed the last time it came to us, probably. and has gone through council, it can't be arbitrarily changed. It would have to go around the cycle again. However, what would be helpful would be a note from the leader or somebody equally authoritative, the chief executive, to say that the interpretation of this should be that its members are not expected to disclose minor, trivial, etc., up to, say, a value of £25.
Councillor Leake.
I'm going to move on to my next one, if I may. In the previous page, the third bullet point up, the respective roles and responsibilities of council members and senior officers are detailed in the council's constitution through job descriptions and through organisational structure. Is that correct? I mean, are we all aware that we have job descriptions? I think I would dispute that, and luckily two of my colleagues are suggesting that I may be right.
It was proposed, we resisted it.
So could somebody look at that one? The next bullet point, it actually says the Constitution requires updating to reflect the Localism Act, changes to the now redundant job titles. Whose redundant job titles, I'm not quite sure, but it might be ours. And then just over the page again, in the first section, just above the bold print, or two bullet points up, the HR committee effectively manages staff remuneration. I don't think the HR committee effectively manages it. We might comment on it, we might do one or two other things, but we don't manage it. It's usually by diktat of the government to say that there can't be... Sorry? Well, whatever it is, I don't think it should say that we manage it. I'll look and see if I've got any other...
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify, just going back one step before I comment, the committee was requesting that the CX sends out a sort of a working definition of the gifts and hospitality, whatever the phrase is in there, nominal value or whatever, the definition of nominal value. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, yes, job description, Chairman. The job description, I think, refers to the fact that the council's restructures and reorganisations that have occurred in terms of officer structure. In the Constitution, I think there were old job titles, and it refers to the fact that those job titles need to be updated to reflect the new structure.
Sorry, at mine it says that the members have job descriptions.
I'm going to potentially defer to one of the authors of the report on that one. I'm not sure what was meant by that.
It was three distinct. We're not saying the members have job descriptions. It's, so the respective roles, responsibilities, council members and senior officers are detailed through the council's constitution, which includes the job descriptions of the senior officers. Then the organisational structure is just an example of how the management of the organisation. I guess with the members, they are referred to in the constitution. I can't remember the specific details there.
Chairman, could we therefore, in the minutes, could we have something that says that members don't have job descriptions? Because I think that is the case. Just for clarification more than anything else. And then I would like something on the HR committee managing remuneration, because it doesn't.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Can I just a clarification there? I think what we're saying is that there's 3 points there where roles and responsibilities are detailed. One's in the council constitution, which deals with members. Job descriptions and organisational structure deals with officers. So maybe we've missed out a comma in our statement.
commas are incredibly important, and usually I find that we have far too many, and certainly when we get on to some of the other documents, I shall be asking you to delete quite a few of them.
Councillor Mitchell.
On page 164, under the bold underscored bit, the first bullet point, it is noted that the member's code of conduct is currently awaiting approval. Can I ask which member that refers to?
Your lot.
Obviously, I'm causing some puzzlement. The apostrophe is in the wrong place.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Keating.
Can I offer a potential solution to the issue of the HR committee? The HR committee receives reports about staff remuneration. That's factual. The statement here is not factual. Thank you.
On the members' code of conduct currently waiting, it's because the comma should be after the "sir," not before. Am I talking at cross purposes? Yeah, if it's members, plural, and then apostrophe, then there's not one person under investigation, it's just talking generically.
Right. Any more? Right. Appendix 16, which is page 172 of 282. Comments, please. I'm on 172 of 282.
I did have something in the follow-on pages from that section, if I may just read.
Yes, certainly.
Page 170, where the council's going to adopt, or has adopted and will change, a project management methodology. Can I urge that the council, when looking at this, or the policy manager, when appointed looking at this, please don't let's have one method. Kevin, you will be urged, no doubt, to adopt some incredibly abstruse and complex thing for managing IT projects, which the government keeps proving doesn't work, although it was invented by the government, for the government. And it's a wonderful thing for complex IT projects. If you've got the time and energy, it stops projects from happening very effectively. And project management methods should be looked at from the point of view of scale and complexity. You'd have simple methods for simple projects and sophisticated methods for complex, high cost, high duration projects. But don't get stuck on one of those central government things. There are much better and simpler things that actually work.
Anyone else? Anyone else? Oh, sorry. Yes, we dotted back. Let's go back now to 16. 172 of 282. Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. I was exceptionally surprised to see this paper. I don't recollect, as a long-standing member of the Audit and Governance Committee, to receive a paper of this nature which identifies fundamental issues which have not been addressed, sometimes for 2 years. I find that profoundly disturbing as a member of the Audit and Governance Committee. It is also disturbing that we're receiving this form of report now. I don't recollect having seen something similar before. The first audit recommendations in terms of property rent were in March 2011. Now, that's 2.25 years ago. And the property management provided an updated project plan implementation date for May 2014. And we're talking about a category of risk which is so serious it's categorized as fundamental. I find that really, really disturbing as a member of the Audit and Governance Committee. And that's reflected further. The second fundamental point was identified in August 2012, which is, what, nearly a year ago? Nearly a year? The next one is March 2012, which is over a year old. The next one, the further ones are later, which are obviously still fundamental, but they're within what I would call a time. Well, if the dates were changed, then it's wrong, in my view. On page 177, the audit completion date was January 2012. Now, I do accept and understand that the council has gone through a whole series of organisational and structural changes, which may well be good reasons why these things are delayed. But I cannot be the only member of the audit committee who finds such fundamental issues to be outstanding for so long. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell?
Well, firstly, I'm not nearly as surprised as Councillor Keating at seeing this, because I think we've seen it several times before. And if I'm right, and I hope I'm right, what has changed about it is that we are still seeing in the target date completion, we're still seeing the original date retained, so that we know how the slippage has worked. It is disappointing, however, that we've got all these significant, I mean, the fundamental ones, May 13, we're not seeing any slippage on those, of course, because they're not due until 30th of June 13 and later. Yeah. And this is a report already written. So that's, we can't comment on that, doesn't mean a lot. On the others, we are seeing some slippage, and it is disappointing that when something's revised to 31st of December 12, we're still seeing a comment that says in July, in May, we were told so-and-so. But I mean, that's part of the course. We've seen it before. What I do welcome here is that we are getting this rather more continuing script, that we can see the nature of the slippages. And I think that's what we should be focusing our attention on. And where is it the case in some cases, which is what we've discussed previously, that in some cases the person with the responsibility may need additional assistance from somewhere, is not able to complete the thing for some reason that needs intervention, as opposed to asking them yet again, when do you expect to finish it? So I'm not at all surprised at the report, because we've seen it before, I think. I do like the way in which we're now having it presented with the series of dates of when what happened. That's very good. Doesn't mean that we're happy with the outcome, because I quite agree that if a thing is significant, it needs to be handled as fast as is humanly possible. But on the other hand, if something was found in May and we don't know yet what's going to happen to it, and we're only in June, that's fine by me. It's the ones that have gone on for several years, like the property thingy, which we always moan about. But we now know the answer to that, and there is work in progress, which again is satisfactory that we're seeing confirmed in this report what we were told in the previous meeting informally.
Anyone else? Right, that...
Just comment that there is a significant reduction. I mean, maybe we can have this confirmed, but there's a significant reduction in the number of overdue items. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah, we have. So we introduced a new sort of follow-up process probably about a year or so ago now, which primarily Emma here does the bulk of the work, and it has meant we do now get quicker responses from a large number of managers. And just the stats we made to let you know, last year there was 123 recommendations that were either significant or fundamental. 69 of them were cleared, marked as complete last year, with 6 more this year, which leaves 48 of those outstanding. So I think that does show an improvement in the process, and also I think the majority of managers, are responsive and and do assist and are getting the message. Yeah.
Councillor Parker.
Yes, thank you, Chair. When you do first look at the dating down the left-hand column, it can be sort of a bit alarming. But I think in audit terms, it's refreshingly honest. And if you go into the detail of some of the right-hand comments, then it's an indication that some of these things do take a length of time to change, to bring into effect new methods. And I think it shows that the internal audit process is working relatively well. And I think it's an appropriate stage to say from a member of the committee, they've had a pretty tough time this afternoon, and I thank them for the work they do in ensuring that things go along at a level balance. It's not an easy task, and I thank them for it.
Can we just say that it does look like the head of resources might be summoned at some stage to explain some of these 6-monthers.
Right. We're recommended that the committee notes the contents of this report. What happened?
I'd like to add and congratulate the team on the progress that's been made since the last report at this time, because there's dramatic improvement in the number and range of outstanding items.
Excellent. Well done then.
So I just clarify the things that I think the committee have requested as part of the recommendation, just so that, if I can. There's 2, so I'll clarify. Right, so the things I think that the committee have asked for as part of the recommendation was that that there is a log of the webcasting, that there's a log of webcasting kept, and that a detail of that log is brought to as part of the September meeting of webcasting faults. Sorry, yes, the log of webcasting faults, and that the detail of that is brought as part of the September report that's coming on webcasting. The committee has also requested that the portfolio holder for property finance and commissioning attends, in particular, to discuss the follow-up approach on the procurement audit. Obviously, they were requested to bring a report forward that has a list of the best projects, a list of projects that will be used to utilise the best funding. That the committee is very clear that nil responses under the action agreed section are not acceptable for audit report responses. That for section 106, that the committee is requesting a report, or that a report will be brought back to committee that covers the identification, monitoring and spending of section 106, plans for the database for 106, or any plans for database for 106 and still going forward, details the process for monitoring the return and reporting the return of any section 106 contributions, and identifies or makes recommendations on the responsibility for driving forward the spending of section 106. The request to CX to send out a note of clarification to all members around the definition of de minimis.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
Sorry.
Go backwards.
Sorry. Yeah.
On the section 106 money, I don't want left off. I did ask several times, can it incorporate how effectively ward members can be introduced, involved at the appropriate stage on identifying what prior to negotiation or agreement with the contractors or the developers, how ward members can be brought into that process.
Sorry, Chair. Yeah, I'm happy to clarify that I had taken identification to include the involvement of ward members, but remember that this is a report about the process that's there at the moment. So it would incorporate how ward members are engaged at the moment. But I'm happy to say identification including involvement of ward members in the process, if that is what...
Councillor Mitchell.
Unless other members disagree, could we add to the point about a comment from officers on how the spending aspect will be pushed, or whatever you said, I was well phrased, that it is the view of this committee that that should not be in the hands of, that should not be the responsibility of either legal or planning.
Recommends responsibility for incurring the spending, and that the committee's view is this should not be a role within planning or legal. Request the CX to send clarification of the definition of nominal under the Code of Conduct for Gifts and Hospitality. 2 notes of clarification on the corporate governance report around clarification around the bit that was talking about job descriptions, and we have to work out the wording, but clarification that job descriptions don't apply to members, and clarification that the HR committee receives reports on staff remuneration and not the wording that's in there. Then I've also got, so those are what I've got as committee's resolved items, in effect, the recommended items. I've then got 3 items where I've noted that we will circulate or come back with further information. So not part of the recommendation, but just information I'm taking back. One of those is the sending around a note to all members about the insurance, vehicle insurance. And one was clarification of the comment that was on page 100 about the ownership of the Hart contract. So we can send round some detail of that. I think I said 3, but I meant 2. Those were the 2 that I had.
I mean, I think he was going to tell us definitely whether or not loose tools are capitalised.
Sorry, Chairman. Yes, also I will absolutely confirm that position.
Right, members.
And also, there were a couple of comments that I made specifically that I wished recorded in relation to information memorandum, in the information gathering problems, binding, not having to wait till September, the refusal to accept the audit substantial assurance awarded on the SIPFA codes, which I had seconded by and confirmed by Councillor Keating. You haven't mentioned any of those points. You haven't mentioned any of the nitty-bitty bits that you might not like very much, Mr. Chikest.
No, I didn't mention those because those weren't resolved items of the committee in terms of a recommendation. Well, but I will say that we have noted the because I double checked as we were going through that we. Yeah, so we've noted in the minutes, Councillor, we've noted in the minutes that the your recorded point that the findings of the corporate governance audit are not accepted. So we've noted that you made that comment and that Councillor Keating endorsed that comment. Yes. The other 2 points you mentioned, I took to be part of the debate of the meeting and not items to be specifically recorded.
Of the formal documents, that I thought that was a formal.
Sorry, I thought we were it was a question and answer, and I was saying to you, I agree, but the report said that it was in progress and that the 30th of June was the date that it was going to be done. But if there's something that all members want us to...
and then the
What it is, the committee wants to
Yeah.
that we endeavour to adhere to the localism, the Act with immediate effect, that those minutes that have to be initialed by the chairman are bound with immediate effect, not to wait till September. Yeah, just, yeah. We don't need to talk about it anymore. And then the last thing was the Councillor Gardner question of how the return on how much money, so I'm reverting back to section 106, how much money per quarter or per half year or per annum is returned and to whom?
He mentioned
Sorry,
that.
I'd added that into the
Yeah.
report so that you get information on the amounts of section 106 that are returned and how those are reported, both currently and in the future. Yeah, so I grouped that in with the other things.
It doesn't need to be complicated. It could just be a nil return or 100 grand to David Wilson Homes, or, you know.
Sorry, in terms of, as part of this update report that comes to the committee, it would include that. And then I think it's a case for, if you're talking about ongoing monitoring, it's a case for discussion at that point of whether that belongs with performance panel or, because it's not really within it's not normally within the remit of an audit committee. It would be within the remit of a performance panel to get the ongoing monitoring. But obviously the audit committee were getting the detail of the current process and the suggested process, which is within the audit remit.
Right. Are we happy to note this report? Right. Good. Yes. Councillor Keating.
Discharge. Before we discharge the audit team, could I associate myself with the thank you for their skills and abilities and perseverance. Thank you.
There's another paper to go. I've got to move standing orders in 5 minutes. It's taken us 3 hours, this paper. Are we game to go on for another 3 hours? Yeah, we've got to, yeah. Okay. Do we want a break for 5 minutes? Speak for yourself.
Take a break for 5 minutes.
I will. Right, paper C. Are we agreed to move standing orders, yeah? Yeah, thank you. Paper C. Which starts on page 55 of 282.
Is it going to be introduced, or do you want us to ask questions straight away? You're going to introduce.
Paul Gundry is going to introduce it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This report is my annual opinion on it's my annual opinion on the control environment of the council, and when I come up with my opinion, I do look at a couple of things. One is primarily the work of internal audit through the year, and you'll see on page 58, paragraph 7.2, a summary of the assurances we've given to all the audit assignments we've carried out this year. I've also attached the detail behind that summary, which is Appendix 1, which you'll find on page 61, which lists the audits we've carried out with each of the assurances for each of the areas. I have also carried out a self-assessment on the effectiveness of internal audit against the CIPFA Code of Practice for Internal Audit in local government, and I have attached as Appendix 2, which starts on page 63, the detailed checklist, which is for your information, so you can see the process that I went through for that. So, taking some of those things into account, I've given an assurance of a substantial assurance of the control environment of the council. Again, that's my opinion for the year, and I pass over to councillors for questions.
Thank you, Paul, for that.
got a number of points, if I may. On page 56 of 282, I remember making this comment last year, actually. I think the Code of Practice must have a spelling mistake in it. This is item 4.1, where we're compromising risk when I think it's comprising risk. And I remember that making that very comment this time last year, so it must be coming straight out of the original. Item.
That's what SIPCA wants us to do. They want us to
Yeah,
compromise
exactly.
the risk.
6.1, I think we've. Sorry, 6.1 has a robust recommendations follow-up process. Well, I think we've flogged that one to death, and we have commented. But more importantly, actually on the compliance list, there were one or two items. 1.2.3 on page 64, I'm just going to say, where services are provided in partnership, has the head of internal audit identified, and he's put not applicable, but I'm not quite sure what we mean by in partnership. I mean, after all, every Veolia lorry goes around saying in partnership with Basingstoke and Dean. We have other partnerships, so I'm not quite sure why that is not applicable. Should I do them all? And you might, there aren't many. Over the page 66, 2.2.3, my question there is, should ARGA review those reviewed each year by the internal audit manager and the budget accountant? I just wonder whether that's not something we might wish to review as well. I think on 4.2.4, which is page 69, does the head of internal audit attend the committee and contribute to its agenda? It says he attends the chairman's pre-briefing. I hope that as a result of the comments we've made today, he will see how seriously we take internal audit. And I don't think it's absolutely ideal that he just attends the chairman's pre-briefing, because there's a similar one over the page, 4.2.5. Is there the opportunity for the head of internal audit to meet privately with the audit committee? And he says he chairs pre-meeting briefings. But that is not the same. You know, most of us are not able to attend the chair's pre-meeting briefings, or indeed invited. And I do think it's important that we do have the chance to have a private meeting, if we want, with the head of internal audit, as we should with the auditors as well. And then on 5.3.1, which is on the next page, do arrangements exist with other internal auditors that include joint working, access to working papers, respective roles and confidentiality? I'm not quite sure what the Hampshire Audit Alliance, including subgroups, is. What I am aware of course, is that many district councils are now joining up within Hampshire to have an internal audit department. It started with Southampton joining the county, and I am now aware that a number of other districts or boroughs are actually seeking to join that, and I can see how important that might be, because we've got a fantastic team, but inevitably they only come across certain things, and sometimes it's better to establish an expertise in certain areas which could be applied right across the board. So I hope that's something that the head of resources will be looking at, to see whether we shouldn't be joining that a larger alliance rather than just the Hampshire whatever it was called. And my point on my similar point about attending chairs' meetings, it applies in 5.6.1 as well. And those are my comments, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. If I can go through the points, your 1.2.3 on page 64 is where services provided in partnership has a head of internal audit identified, etc., etc. That's in terms of a shared partnership for internal audit service, of which we're not part of. No, okay. Yeah. And 2.2.3 on page 66. That's obviously something for the committee to determine whether they want to be involved with the budget, budgets, etc., internal audit. 4.2.4 on page 69. Yes, I do attend the agenda setting, and I do ensure there's reports on there that I want to bring to committee. Much like these reports here, they do make their way to the committee. And 4.2.5 on page 70 is an opportunity for Head of Internal Audit to meet privately with the Audit Committee. I have I've given the opportunity to yourself to come and meet with me and my team, particularly when we did the training on internal audit last June, this time last year. Hopefully you all know where I am, and if you want to speak to me, I'm there for you. If you want to meet me in private, if that's on a one-to-one or as a group, then I'm always available for you.
I don't think it's intended that it should be one-to-one. I think it's a private meeting between you and the committee, and therefore it would be better if after a session like this, or some, I don't mean today, you were, there was a question, would we like to have a private discussion with you in the absence of other officers and indeed the webcast?
I'm always available for you, so please do shout if you need me. So, and 5.3.1, page 71, the Hampshire Audit Alliance. That's a group where the heads of internal audit of the Hampshire Audit teams meet on a periodic basis or communicate to share best practice. There are a couple of subgroups. For example, there's a fraud subgroup that we participate in, so it's again to share best practice and hopefully learn and develop off each other.
Could I suggest that maybe the head of internal audit actually might come to perhaps one or two other meetings? I don't mean every one, but I think it is helpful to all of us to respond to the points that are
I see no
raised.
reason, a good plan for him to do so.
I'm not suggesting he comes to all of them, but perhaps more than
Do
one a
other
year.
members agree with that? Quite happy with that? Okay, thank you. Can we note?
Just your opinion, really, whether you think it might be useful going to page 58 of 282 and the top, the little table. Would it be useful, would it make no sense whatsoever to have the previous year's numbers alongside of these? I realise each year is different in many respects, but it would be useful. Superficially, you'd think it might be useful to see how we're doing in terms of going through the numbers, getting up a bit, and I suspect you would like to see us doing that. I'm just wondering whether such a table will be meaningful or totally useless.
If the committee find it useful for themselves, then I'll definitely provide it for you. All information is good information.
On that point, yes, Councillor Keeley.
We, a couple of years back, eliminated from these reports the merits attention issue. When we had merits attention, there was a significant number of merits attention and a small number of fundamental or significant items. Now we're getting to a larger number of significant items and no merits attention. And if you were doing such a box as this, just for the purposes of communicating effectively and comprehensively, I would like to see the merits attention box included as well. Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Yes, page 59, 9.4. I just need to ask for you to extrapolate here. I'm not quite sure what you're... I read there is one action that is required to ensure full compliance with the code. You make reference to this 4.2b and you...
Thank you, Chair. Yes, 9.4 is one of the questions on the checklist, and again, as a committee, we haven't carried out a participation where the audit committee have looked at themselves to identify whether they feel they've been effective through the year. So again, that's something that we'll arrange for September, and I will be involved in as well. So again, that's something we need to do. So once we've got that one completed, then we will be fully compliant with the code of practice.
Sorry, so 9.5 is the answer. Right.
Councillor Mitchell.
Given that, can we somehow engineer that the September meeting doesn't have 500 pages of other stuff? You know, 180 pages of other stuff might be quite good, but 500 pages of other stuff, plus reviewing ourselves, might be a bit challenging.
I regret to tell you that the September meeting is going to be a full-blown meeting. The last was 8, and now we've just added another one on, so that's 9 papers.
Well, I'm sorry, Chairman, this doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because we ought to have 2 meetings in that case. I mean, going on for 5 hours at this stuff, if we're going to pay full attention, the reason why the council has limited time in its meeting agendas is because attention flags and people get below par. I mean, that applies mainly to the younger people. Us older people can keep going, as Councillor Leake said, for all night if necessary.
We've noticed, Councillor Leake, we've noticed. Yeah, I think I'll speak to Councillor Cherrett when she's back and see if we can't make it into 2 meetings, because it is getting overloaded.
The scheduled meeting will have the statement of accounts for approval, the final annual governance statement for approval, and then the regulatory audit update reports, treasury management update report, the many down report that the committee wanted, the report on webcasting and document management and risk management as well. So it probably does make sense to try and arrange another meeting.
Councillor Cooper.
There's a planning and infrastructure meeting that's been cancelled in September, so you might want to use that date. There's the 25th or something that's been cancelled.
Right. Can we note, therefore, paper C, nobody else wants to speak on it. Can we note it and pass it on? Agreed. Right.
Chairman,
thank
can
you.
we just note that the head of internal audit might attend more than 1 meeting a year? And that we might wish him to hold a meeting in private with the full committee.
Yeah, there's been those 2 items as resolved items.
Sorry, Councillor Mitchell.
I'm not entirely confident about organising meetings in private. Perhaps Councillor Leake could explain what might be the subjects that will be discussed that we don't want the public to know we're discussing.
It is common in the commercial world for an audit committee to have an opportunity to discuss things with the auditor in the absence of directors of a company. And this could be, principle could be translated to this committee, which is an audit committee, having a discussion with the internal auditor in the absence of other officers, because they might just wish to say that X really hasn't done a good job, or something, or I can't think of what it might be, but there is absolutely no reason why it shouldn't happen, but it shouldn't be in public.
You just monitor and regulate the fact that the whole committee wasn't entirely convinced by that argument.
Agree, sorry. Right, okay. All I was going to say is, yeah, I mean, this committee did actually hold a meeting with the external auditors a couple of years ago, I think. So, yeah, I was going to say, I think so. It is standard practice. So, it's up to the committee basically. I mean, Paul has said he's comfortable to do that. So it's just a case of the appropriate time. Yeah, if you want to. Yeah. So we've got a general view with what in terms that that's what the committee would like. Yeah, fine.
No, don't want to extend this unnecessarily, but the committee could always make such a decision to do it. I'm just wondering why we're somehow minuting the fact that we're going to allow ourselves to do it. Why not just allow ourselves to do it? It sounds as if we intend to do it, and I'm not sure why.
Yes.
It's actually in the standards. It says, that was the point I was trying to make.
Well, what are you raising it for?
Because I want to emphasize the importance of having the opportunity, if should we wish it, to meet in private with the head of internal audit.
Good.
It's
Well,
item 4.2.
Yeah, right, okay, it's in there, we've agreed it, let's move on. Now, next paper, B. Which is page 8 of 282. And who's introducing this? And it will be introduced by Kevin Jaquest.
Thank you, Chairman. This report covers two elements. It covers the local code of corporate governance for 2013-14, and that's the code that was in place for last year, updated for specific changes in the guidance and an assessment of what that means. So there's an updated, in Appendix 1, there's an updated proposed code of corporate governance. And the report also covers in Appendix 2 the annual governance statement for 2012-13. So the backward-looking statement in terms of the council's compliance with and approach to governance in 2012-13. So there's those two elements to the report, and the report then asks that the committee approve the local code of corporate governance and approve the annual governance statement. So happy to take questions, Chairman.
Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. I'm currently looking at page 20 of 282. In the box in the middle of the page, at the bottom end on the right-hand side, it talks about specific requirements to set out a clear statement, non-executive and scrutiny functions. I made a comment earlier which applies to this, in that we do not have effective scrutiny and we are looking at it. I think that should be recorded against this particular item. If you look at the following page, which is page 7 of 20, 22 of 82, again, we're talking about scrutiny and the effectiveness thereof, and the comment I've made earlier. Page 26 of 282, Appendix 1, Principle 4, requires effective scrutiny. We don't have such a thing, and we are looking into it. And I think we need to record that particular comment against this particular part of this report. If you look at the box on that same page, it talks about supporting principles. It doesn't talk, and again, it talks, instead of talking about effective scrutiny, it talks about constructive scrutiny. And again, we don't have that, and my comments in relation to scrutiny should be recorded against that particular item. Then if you look at page 30 or 30 of 282, supporting principles in relation to principle 5, on the right-hand column, you have number C, ensure effective arrangements are in place for ensuring the performance of the executive as a whole and individual members. I'm not sure we currently do that. I'd like to discuss it. But apart from that, I don't have any. Oh yes, I beg your pardon. On page 38 of 282, page appendix 2, item D. Again, it talks about council performance and overview committees. We don't do scrutiny. Now, I come to a totally separate issue in relation to this particular document, Chair. On page 42 of 282, item 9 talks about whistleblowing arrangements and investigating complaints from the public. The council has a whistleblowing policy, and the council also has a complaints policy, which is available on the council website. The Ombudsman's report is referred to here additionally, and it says, I'm pleased, I have no concern about your authority's response times. There are no issues arising from the complaints that I want to bring to your attention. What I want to bring to your attention here is, we don't know which complaints you're talking about. And if we were talking about audit and governance here, we should know, so that we can make a judgment. So I would like to see under item 9 that we are notified by report, I hasten to add, I don't mean by individual emails, we are notified via one of these reports the actual complaints. I don't mean all the complaints, I mean those that merit attention from the Ombudsman. That we are notified of the complaints and what has happened with them. And finally, Chair, I believe I am finally, yes, yeah. On that same page, under item 10, paragraph C, talks about training for members of the licensing, etc., and for development control. Consideration should be given to extending the development opportunities for members in general. I believe that we are missing a trick as a borough council in not picking up the opportunity that we should be offering to all members relevant training. I don't mean any training, relevant training in relation to the skills and abilities that they need to conduct themselves. And I believe we should have, and we used to have, a training budget for members. And if we do, what's the size of it and who's spending it? Thank you, Chair. But apart from that, I've got no issues.
Thank you. Councillor Mitchell, followed by Councillor Leake.
I just briefly wanted to pick up on the last, I think was the last thing that Sean raised, training for members generally. There is a budget. At the moment, it's passively administered in that members determine for themselves what training they feel they need. They can get directed to that training by the training people, or in my case, I elect to go to particular workshops and training courses. On no occasion has the budget been refused. If I say I want to go to this workshop because they will further my competence to do my job, then they agree with it. But it is left to members electively to determine that they want the training. The history of the thing is that when training's been organised for members, participation by members has been derisory. And it's very costly to the council to organise training for members. It could be that more pointing, more signposting, to use the jargon, could be done. But I'm against the idea of organising training for members, because you're then second-guessing what you think the member needs. I think we should re-emphasise to members that training is available. If they feel they want training, they should ask for it. If they can't identify it for themselves, they can be signposted to it.
Councillor Leake, followed by Councillor Keating, followed by Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chairman.
On that point,
Oh, sorry.
both of you? All right. Sorry, Councillor Leake. Councillor Keating, do you want to go first?
In response to Councillor Mitchell, I believe we as a council have a duty to identify the training needs of members and to ensure that we put in train the process to fulfil those training needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, on that same point, I think that for the two main committees where I believe definitely it's right that a high element of training is given to members of the Licensing Committee and the Development Control Committee. I also believe then, because that is effectively a mandatory requirement, that it should be open, that all that's necessary there is for that training to be open to all members, and therefore you're not arranging anything unnecessarily. That's how it used to work. I recall when I first was elected in 2002, receiving planning training. The benefit of that is that it allows members to have a better understanding of licensing issues when they're addressing licensing applications for premises in their ward, and also planning queries, and to assist residents in making their points known to a committee. So I think anything additional to those two committees, yes. Councillor Mitchell makes a very valid point. I have in the past requested expense to go to a training course. My other point that I urge that there is a central register accessible to the members of the public as to the training that members have gone through, and also available for other members to check.
On that point, Councillor Mitchell.
The avoidance of doubt, I agree on. As chairman of the Development Control Committee, I would be supportive of any move from this committee or whoever's the relevant committee to advocate that that for development control there should be mandatory training. And I think that's a very good idea. My concern is that we shouldn't be prescribing the nature of the training needed for members in general to do their job as members, but certainly for the regulatory committees, I think both of them should have some at least minimal mandatory training requirements.
Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. By the introduction of the substitution rules, which dilutes the committees substantially, in my view, it means that we very often get people who are unfamiliar and untrained on subject matter attending meetings at very short notice. I mean, can you imagine somebody coming here today having been substituted yesterday because Councillor Harvey couldn't, and being given nearly 300 pages to read, digest, understand and regurgitate? It wouldn't work, and it doesn't work. Thank you.
Councillor Gardner.
On the subject of licensing, you're actually required to be certified before you can appear on that committee. And I have a certificate so that I can be substituted on that committee.
Right. Any other?
Chairman, you had invited me to comment and then everybody else butted in. If you recall, that was about half an hour ago.
Sorry, I think you started off. I didn't realize you hadn't finished. Carry on. All right.
Can I?
Carry on.
Thank you. The local code of corporate governance, well, it's Appendix 1, 16. I'm sure I have seen it in the past, and perhaps the head of resources could just confirm whether it's similar to last year's or has a significant number of changes.
Sorry, Chair. The corporate code of corporate governance is similar. The main changes are the ones that are highlighted and underlined in bold in Appendix 1.
Sorry, what it doesn't answer, and this is what I would like to know, and I've got numerous questions, is whether we are doing those things which it suggests, and actually, I know Councillor Keating's actually highlighted one or two, but I would actually have preferred that we had a statement somewhere, a note somewhere saying, yes, we already do this, or no, we are going to do it, because it's very difficult to follow. There are so many things in bold print. Things, if I just took page 20 of 282, there were, in that first box, item 3, set out the clear statement of non-executive and scrutiny functions. Yes, we've raised that. B, the above rules, responsibility and function should be effectively communicated. Well, how and by whom and to whom, etc. So there are a whole raft of questions that have risen in my mind, anyway, from the amendments. And I would honestly want to go through it fairly slowly to understand it before I wish to approve it. And I'm not sure that we have the time, or you would want me to have the time. Is it possible that if we wanted, we could have a private session afterwards, not today, I don't mean, to go through some of this? And on Appendix 2, I have a vast number of comments, largely sort of typographical, grammatical, or whatever, which again, since that's going to be part of the accounts, I would prefer to see it correct. And I have tried to contribute in that way over my 12 or 13 years as a councillor. So again, I would welcome the opportunity to go through that, but I don't want to bore everybody here. But I wouldn't wish to approve them until I've had the opportunity to make my comments.
Right. Ideally, the corporate code, we're looking for approval of the corporate code of corporate governance today. The annual governance statement, and likewise the annual governance statement, except that the annual governance statement does come back to the committee in September and gets, in effect, reapproved if there are any changes as a result of updates in terms of the audit recommendations or anything from the external audit. If members wish, the annual governance statement could be approved at the September meeting rather than at this meeting. As to having a separate meeting, yes, yeah, happy to go through with individual members or groups of members, however you want to do it, in detail prior to that meeting in September. That will also apply for the statement of accounts paper as well when we get onto that. In terms of the local code of corporate governance and what it's there in I think it's paragraph 3. What it's doing is setting out the council's response to how it's and its approach to corporate governance. So therefore, it's about it should be describing what the council currently does, but also it can include any areas where there needs to be changes, so where it aspires to meet the objective. So it's not saying that all of those items are absolutely delivered. It's saying that's what the council is looking to follow. That's the code the council is. In terms of how is the council doing and where does it do, how is it assessing itself under the key principles, then the annual governance statement does that. It looks back to the last year and says, under those specific main headings, how have we assessed the council and what particular issues have arisen through internal control or through other assessments, and that's what the annual governance statements does. So that was my attempt to cover.
Councillor Lee.
I accept entirely what you've said, but it would be enormously helpful if there'd been the odd asterisk or a mark of some kind to say, yes, we are already doing this, or B, it's in hand, or C, we've done it. Sorry.
Councillor, we just, on the audit papers, went through specifically the adherence or non-adherence to this specific paper. I don't know whether you missed that, because that's the one that I and Councillor Keating refused to accept.
I probably missed it, but I thought it was more general than this. I mean, there are a whole raft of things that I still would wish to ask, and I will not be prepared to approve this, and you can obviously go ahead without my approval, until I've had a chance to go through it and understand which we do and which we don't do. I'm not sure it deals with it in the way that I'm... All I can say, it doesn't come out as clearly as I wish it to. Could I ask another one? I want, on the Appendix 2, where I do want to have an opportunity to feed in comments, typos and things, but I'd like to...
38.
Sorry?
Page 38.
It's Appendix
No,
2, whatever it's called.
Starts
I
on
just wanted to
36.
know why we have chosen the comments on the environmental care team audit as opposed to any of the others. Why have we selected that one? Because there are plenty of the others where there are issues. Why did we particularly choose this one?
The Chairman, okay, so in terms of the recommendations, the recommendations that have been picked from the audit reports in section 3, which it starts on page 49, those are the ones that the stewardship team believed of all of the audit reports, they are fundamental, so they are the ones that are identified as fundamental in the audit reports, and they're the ones that were regarded as related to governance issues. But obviously, if the committee has other recommendations from the fundamental recommendations from the audit reports that they believe should be in the governance statement, then that's why it's coming to the committee. Then
So last year.
These particular ones are plucked from the audit reports that we have considered this afternoon. And there are many, many fundamental and significant comments on other areas, business units, and I'm not sure that I would necessarily agree that these were the ones that we really had to bring to the attention of the public to the exclusion of the others. That's what I'm saying.
so, yeah.
Are we saying
That was,
there are lots of other things, but they're not.
yeah, the assessment was that these were the ones that related to governance. But as I say, if the committee have got others that they wish to put forward, then that's why we're having the discussion on the report. it's those at the end of the day, it's the chief exec and the leader who then sign the statement at the recommendation of the audit committee.
I completely endorse what Councillor Leek says. And if you review and revisit what we just spent the last 3.5 hours going through, there are a number of issues which relate to, in my opinion, poor governance of this council, which is why, A, I refuse to accept the minutes of our last meeting in relation to Ernst & Young. B, I refuse to accept the independent governance audit because it hasn't answered key questions. C, I refuse to accept Appendix 15 because it implies that we are adhering to the CIPFA codes. And all of that feeds into this, which is sterilised and makes it look like the issues that are fundamental in the eyes of the stewardship team are actually not really that serious. So that an auditor, external, would look at that and say, well, yeah, it's really good of them to flag up those weaknesses. And you know what, in the scheme of things, they're not really that serious. Whereas I think there are some really serious things that ought to be there. And I'm afraid I call this a sterilised report.
Any other comments? You agree?
Okay, so sorry. Members, what we're going to suggest is, as we talked earlier, that we would have a second meeting in September. That perhaps the way to do it is to have any discussions around the detail and questions that members want before that meeting, and then maybe hold a private session before that September meeting to clarify.
That's far too late, because what's going to happen then is we have to sign the accounts, and the accounts can't be signed off without this statement signed off, because we had this situation last year. So we're pregnant by then. So what has to happen is that if we're not happy with this, we need to have an amended version now, not in September, when we're pregnant with the accounts that have to be signed off by the external account auditors, and the external auditors can't sign off our accounts unless they sign off the governance house.
Yeah, what we need to do is get to a position where the committee are going to discuss this and with any amendments that they want to make. And as I understand it, the reason we can't that the committee can't put forward amendments at the moment is because you want some time to and some clarification to discuss the individual detailed parts. So therefore, we need to have that session first, which would be a detail session, and then we need a session that can approve the draft annual governance statement before we get to September. I agree. It's just picking a date that we can do that on.
There's a planning and infrastructure meeting that's being cancelled for the 3rd of July. So we could have an audit meeting then if members were so minded.
Councillor Mitchell.
I hope it's not the one I can't go to. I'll be very upset. I just want to clarify where we are with this and what it is exactly we're trying to do. Now, surely, as I see it, this set of things here, there's the code of governance, which we either agree with or we don't agree with, because it's a code. So it either sets out things that we as the committee and therefore the council regard as being an appropriate set of principles against which we should be considering our governance of ourselves. That's the code itself. Am I right about that? So that's in isolation. We don't have to discuss whether we're doing it or not. It's the code. We then discuss whether we're doing it or not retrospectively about what we were doing in 2012, 2013, which is what the annual report is about. Now, it seems to me that what goes into the annual governance statement has to be things which have been either the outcome of audit through the internal audit, therefore they are there, they're in the record, and they're in the minutes of this meetings because we've looked at them all as the year's gone on. And then we've looked at the annual report, which we have commented on extensively. Or they're things which may not have been picked up in the annual audit activity, but which have been picked up in committee and commented on in committee, and are therefore in the outcome of committee reports. What it seems to me we're not attempting to do in the annual governance statement for last year, which finished in end of March, is to pick up all the views of all the members about all aspects of corporate governance, because you can't possibly do that. Now, there may be dissenting views on some aspects of what we are reporting in the annual governance statement, and we should hear those dissenting views. But if they're only opinion of individual members, as opposed to the conclusion of this committee, having been debated as a subject, then you can't put them into your annual governance statement. You can have dissenting views. But it seems to me we're on the risk here if we overdo looking at the history of all this as opposed to what you do next. We could be stuck on this for an awfully long time and waste an awful lot of time and energy and effort and officer time and taxpayers' money on trying to do things backwards as opposed to looking forward. Because we're now in 2013-14, and we should be actually striving to make sure that we do better in our corporate governance in 2013-14, and then better in the following year. So, while it's nice to have lots of meetings discussing lots of detail, what we should be focusing is what is it we think is wrong in the code of corporate. If we think there's something significantly wrong, and surely that can be discussed and agreed. If we think there's something significantly missing, which is already reported somewhere in the annual governance statement, then we should put it in, if it's to do with governance. But I don't think we as a committee can now start independently reviewing our governance for last year as a general principle and saying, well, this hasn't been done right and that hasn't been done right, because we should have been doing that as the year went on.
Thank you. Councillor Keating.
Thank you, Chair. If you look at page 52 of 282, the first sentence of the conclusion paragraph says, we propose over the coming year to take steps to address the above matters. The above matters are the ones we're talking about. That's really what we talked about. What it consists of the above matters. Now, my understanding of what should be in the above matters may well include everything that's already there. And I don't have a difficulty with what's already there being considered. But as a significant factor, I believe, extracted from all those reports that we examined, all of those issues that are identified as a fundamental issue, not even significant. Why is about significant? Just list, extract the fundamental issues in all of those reports and make sure they're contained or addressed within these significant governance issues. Now, one can extract that easily, and one can then say, these are the outstanding issues of substance, i.e. significant. We've listed them out and take note that we've identified that some of those fundamental issues are being addressed with, but they don't deal with governance. Because then you have a comprehensive package under the significant governance issues. And if it's a fundamental issue or a problem, it should be dealt with in here, in one form or another. Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Chair. It's been interesting, the debate and the officers' support comments, because initially I was under a degree of misunderstanding, because I thought that there was some stage when I was going to have to say, in regard to the Code of Corporate Governance, that I couldn't support it, purely and simply because under the 6 principles, there's 3 of them that we're not doing. But if, as has been explained, and I take on face value by the officer in that regard, that this is saying how we want to do things, that's good, because I'll then be able to use that as a tool to take the council, current administration, to task on those points. In regard to the second element of this paper, then, effectively we've got 2 papers mixed up in one, which adds to confusion. The annual governance statement, and I'm trying to support other members in their comments in this regard. But initially, I don't want to disrespect the officer's input, because I think when you read the issues that have been entered on here, I think it's a genuine attempt to give concise items. We're calling them matters. But the nub of this is that those matters that are drawn to our attention by Councillor Keating on page 52, item 8 under the conclusion, those matters must be committee-led. It must be a committee agenda that decides. The committee come forward with additions to, even to support those matters that have been initially put forward as suggestions by the officer. And there's not been given sufficient time for that process. Now, if the 2 documents can be separated, and we can agree today the statement of the sort of the way we want to conduct ourselves as separate to the other paper, then I think that would be the way forward, because it can only be have any further reference and confidence of not only the members of the Audit Committee, but all members of this council, if this committee members are given the opportunity to say, these are the items that we feel needed attention.
Councillor Mitchell.
I'm trying to really understand this. I've got a question. Looking at the set of things listed as significant governance issues in that section, pages 12, 13, 14, 15, how is it that just trying to understand the process of selection, how is it that creating an operations section equipment handbook is here in the list, and the significant issue that sundry debtor invoices in relation to the joint commercial waste collection service, blah, 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 which is significant and reported on in January, is not in the list. I'm just trying to understand the basis on which things were chosen to be in or not in the list. Because I was following up on Sean's thing that if it's in here as significant, it should be in here as significant. And I thought, no, because it's only governance matters. But it doesn't seem to me that the operations section's equipment handbook is necessarily a governance matter for this council. It doesn't appear to be so. So that seems to me inappropriately placed in this list. So I'm just trying to distinguish what was the factor that caused that specifically, as opposed to the sundry debtors problem or the regular test recovery item. You know, there's lots of significant issues in here. The that the idea of all receipts and transactions logs should be completed. Sounds like a governance issue, more than the operations section's handbook. So I'm wondering who's made this strange selection. It does seem strange, because some of it doesn't seem to be about corporate governance, and how are we going to define it?
Chairman, if I can try and give some clarity, in the page 47 onwards, there's the three sections. There's the significant governance issues which come from the audit review of the audit governance review. Paul's good.
Sorry, just for clarification, you'll see at the bottom of page 49, we've got a definition of a significant governance issue equates to a fundamental recommendation from the internal audit perspective. Yes. So hopefully that, yes. It's the terminology is taken from the code, I believe.
Sorry, the items that have been included. So in that first section, the significant governance issues, they are fundamental issues that were identified in the audit of the governance audit, which was Appendix 15 of the report we looked at. So the rationale for selection was if they were fundamental in that report, then they're in here, and Paul will correct me where I go if I go wrong. Then section 2 is those items that were in the governance statement in 1112 that have not been completed. So the rationale for those, their inclusion is that they were in last year and they're not completed. So those are in section 2. And then in section 3 is the assessment that the stewardship group, with of all the fundamental, Councillor Keating's point, of all the fundamental recommendations that were in the audit reports that we went through this afternoon, these are the ones that were looked at and said they have governance as opposed to other internal control financial issues. And these were the ones that were put forward from that sifting. So that, I don't know if that helps at all, but that was the approach. So it's fundamental, and it was in those three elements. And as I say, if the committee has other, picking up Councillor Mitchell's point, it's around recommendations, evidence-based that's audit in the audit reports. But if there are other fundamental recommendations that the committee feel ought to be in here from that the stewardship group have left out, then that is perfectly fine. The committee can propose that they're included. But taking Councillor Mitchell's point, it's not going back and the committee doing its own review of corporate governance. It's looking at those reviews that have occurred and saying, well, actually, we think we need to include this particular fundamental recommendation. And that, as I say, that's perfectly fine. As I understand it, the issue at the moment is members haven't had time to be able to digest that and say, well, actually, we think this one ought to be in. So we need to do some work outside of this meeting, prior to the next meeting, to say this was the big list, taking Councillor Keating's point, these are the ones that have gone in, these are the ones that haven't gone in, and then it's up to the members to decide. Yeah.
Councillor Mitchell.
In that case, I really do think that what we should do now, as opposed to subsequently, is try to agree the basis on which things are put into the annual governance statement. Because the fact that something was fundamental when reviewing the Parks and Gardens Department or whoever it was, doesn't make it a significant governance issue. It's fundamental to that. It might do, but it doesn't, necessarily. One doesn't lead to the other. And it's a nice simplistic way of doing it, but it makes the report read rather oddly when we say that the absence of a thing for reporting the fact that a wheelbarrow is missing is a significant corporate, in a sense it is, but it's a very mysterious thing in something which is all about how we manage ourselves in governance terms as opposed to operational management terms. And if it's not a report on our operational management, if things like the value of scrutiny and those sorts of things are the things we would regard as important governance matters, whereas the loss of a shovel somewhere is a problem for the council, needs fixing. It's not really a governance matter. It's an executive operational matter to be fixed.
Do we feel that we can perhaps approve the local code of corporate governance and defer the annual governance statement to the next meeting? Yes, Councillor? Yes, fine. Councillor Parker.
Is the stewardship team is mentioned in a fair number of times. And on the glossary of terms, it tells us the role of the stewardship team. But it doesn't give us any indication of officer. And I think some of the roles are one officer carrying out two roles. We have no feel for it just says it's the Director of Governance and Commissioning, Head of Resources, Head of Governance as Monitoring Officer, Internal Audit Manager. There's no person, sorry, page 9 of sorry, I beg your pardon, page 9 of 282, glossary of terms, under the paper B, which is page 2 of 8. It would be good, I think, possibly, if when I read that, I can't put the officer to the role. It doesn't give me any indication.
Here?
But you would not. Well, okay. Well, no, it's this minute in time. It's the people that are there this minute in time. Why? Why not? You put the report author, the report author's name in there, the head, the main contact in there. Why would you not name the officers? Yeah. No, in the office. Yeah. No, what I wanted to say was on the glossary of terms. That's what I'm saying. In the glossary of terms, it tells you who the stewardship team is made up of, but it tells you functions and roles, not officer names. And I think it would be helpful when you're actually thinking in terms of the stewardship team, quickly to know who those people are. And I also would like to make a suggestion, when I read who that is, yes, and this is under the governance, it's not in here, I actually think this is too much ourselves looking at ourselves. And I think there comes a time when we may need to think of there being, under the same thing in the standards, where there is an independent person. This is too much inside us looking at ourselves. And I would like to make a suggestion that at some time we consider having somebody who is not part of the SNG and the strategic leaders team and so forth. It needs an independent person, non-officer nor member. If we're serious about sort of governance, then it's back to the same thing, isn't it? It's like when people talk about the police investigating the police.
Thank you, Chairman. In terms of putting names against the roles at the point of the report, I don't think there's a problem with that. That can be done in the glossary. Obviously, in the glossary of terms. Sorry, we can put the names in there. And the other bit I just wanted to highlight to members on page 35 of 282, that in Appendix 1, that does show the process. And the stages, and so you've got the stewardship team, you've got the strategic management group, and then you've got the audit committee leading to the annual governance statement. So that's the process, and that's where we're going through now. So it's been through, and you've got those assessments that feeding into the stewardship teams. You've got the assessments, you've got the assessment, then the strategic management group looked at it, and now it's in front of the audit committee. So there is those different stages of review, and that's what we're doing now, is reviewing what's gone there and either agreeing or agreeing amendments to it. So I think there's a fairly robust process.
You come back, yes, and then Councillor Mitchell.
I think there's been from some comments, and I would personally say what I believe to say, that where it's been the sort of suggestion of the chosen matters being put forward, and the stewardship team's role in that is possibly not completely appropriate.
Councillor Mitchell.
Chairman, I regret to say that I'm running out of time. I had hoped that we might review and approve the Code of Corporate Governance rather than go away having achieved almost nothing on this paper. Are we going to do that now, or are we going to continue to have wide-ranging debate? I mean, are we going to take it page by page? How are we going to review it?
I was going to try and do the Code of Corporate Governance now, if there's consensus of approving it, and defer the...
Can you count me out on that? Until I've had an opportunity to go through and understand. I'm sorry, you might say I should have done this last week, but I have 300 pages of this. I have about 300 pages of the P&I report. There's the Cabinet report, and there's housing and something else. When the post came last week, they couldn't even get the thing through the letterbox. It was that thick, and there's just a limit in the middle of the summer. The amount of time I'm prepared to devote to this, but when I do it thoroughly, and I'm not prepared to agree to anything till I understand it. I think it would not take more than half an hour to go through it with me, somebody, and I'm sure then I'd be happy to approve it. I have got lots of comments on Appendix 2, but they, as I said, are largely typographical and things of that sort.
Is that generally...
I think we need to be careful that we don't seek to rush through and just do the code of practice or the local code of corporate governance, because Councillor Cubitt has already said she has great difficulties in approving that, and on the basis of my previous contributions throughout this afternoon, I too would have some difficulties in doing that at this point. And rather than create difficulties or make difficulties, I think it would be appropriate to arrange another meeting rather than anything else. Thank you.
So general consensus is that both the bits of that paper B get deferred to the next meeting, yes?
It doesn't have to be deferred till the next meeting. I think, quite frankly, if we had an opportunity to go through it, it just means to be a smaller meeting, and we just ask the questions we wish to ask, and then we bring it back. It might be at a special meeting which lasts quarter of an hour. It doesn't have to wait until September, frankly.
Well, it shouldn't wait until... I'd be happy to attend a second.
Right, okay. Right. We'll try and get that set up for July.
We have got 4 meetings. There's a P&I in the next week, and plus there's Cabinet tomorrow.
And do you want to do, should we defer papers E and F to the same meeting? I think we have to. No. Right. So we're agreed that the remaining 3 papers will be deferred to a meeting to be agreed as soon as possible.
But can we have a private session just to understand?
Yes, you've already been told you can have that.
Fine. And then a formal meeting just to approve whatever.
Yeah, I was going to say we can set up a an informal meeting to go through the corporate code and the governance, but also statement of accounts as well. So we can do that, and then we can try and arrange a meeting for approval of the code and annual governance statement in July, if we can find a date. But anyway, that was the process. So an informal meeting, and then a formal meeting of the committee before the September meeting.
Chairman, may I suggest?
Happy for it to be an evening meeting if necessary.
Well, Chairman, could I just suggest that we have 2 council meetings in July. If we've had the pre-meeting, I would like to think that we could come back at 5:30 on or whatever of the day of one of the council meetings and do it then. So we've had the pre-meeting and then the formal continuation meeting prior to one of the 2 council meetings.
So we have
Thank you, Chair. Can I just understand that we're adjourning this meeting to be completed at the next meeting? Am I
Yes.
correct in understanding it that way?
yes.
Right, and then prior to the reconvened meeting, there'll be a private session for those that want it.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. Can I just make one final comment?
Yes.
I would find it less easy to cope with meeting after meeting in front of council meetings, because council meetings, by their nature, are very often take from 6:30 to 11:30. And in all honesty, that's enough meetings for me in one evening. So just make that point. Thank you.
Thank you.